Hello. How are you? Could you please take your seats? Distinguished delegates, I declare open the sixth meeting of the COP. I declare open the sixth meeting of the CMP and the sixth meeting of the CMA. The order in which the agenda items will be taken up is posted on the screen. Dear delegates, we will now consider and adopt the outcomes as shown on the screen. Please note that I will first provide you with information on the work undertaken on each item contained in the Belém political package under the CMA. Following this, I will propose the adoption of the outcomes of the work done on all these items. I will then do the same for the COP and then the CMP with respect to those items contained in the Belém political package. Afterwards, we will proceed with consideration and adoption of the remaining items shown on the screen. I now invite the CMA to turn to sub-item 2C, organization of work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. As you will recall, I launched consultations that were undertaken by senior members of my delegation on my behalf under the COP, the CMP and the CMA on issues relating to the following: implementation of Article 9, Paragraph 1 of the Paris Agreement, promoting international cooperation and addressing the concerns with climate change-related trade-restrictive unilateral measures, responding to the synthesis report on nationally determined contributions and addressing the 1.5 degrees ambition and implementation gap, and reporting and review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, synthesis of biennial transparency reports. I now invite the CMA to turn to agenda item 8A, matters related to adaptation, global goal on adaptation. At their plenary meetings on 15 November, the SUBSTA and the SBI forwarded this matter to the CMA for further guidance. I requested Shen Gao of China and Tina Kobilsek of Slovenia to continue to facilitate the discussion. In addition, ministerial consultations on matters related to adaptation were conducted by His Excellency Jochen Flassbach of Germany and Her Excellency Rohei John Manjang of the Gambia. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 5, United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme. At their plenary meetings on November 15, the SBs forwarded this matter to the CMA for further guidance. I requested Federica Africano of Italy and Joseph Teo of Singapore to continue to facilitate discussions on the matter. In addition, ministerial consultations on matters related to just transition were conducted by Her Excellency Alicia Bárcena of Mexico and Secretary of State Krzysztof Bolesta of Poland. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 6, Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation Work Programme. At their plenary meetings on 15 November, the SBs forwarded this matter to the CMA for further guidance. I requested Ursula Fuentes Hutfitter of Germany and Maisela Kekana of South Africa to continue to facilitate the discussion. In addition, ministerial consultations on matters related to mitigation were conducted by Her Excellency Sara Agesen of Spain and Ambassador Wael Abulmagd of Egypt. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 4A, procedural and logistical elements of the overall global stocktake process. At their plenary meeting on November 15, the Substant SBI forwarded this matter to the CMA for further guidance. I requested Eduardo Silva Bessa of Chile and Kelsey Gray of Australia to co-facilitate the discussion. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 4B, reports for 2024 and 2025 on the annual Global Stocktake Dialogue, referred to in paragraph 187 of Decision 1/CMA.5. At the first meeting of the CMA, informal consultations were established to consider matters under this sub-item, co-facilitated by Nora Lisa of Saudi Arabia and Karle Kapanen of Finland. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 10H, United Arab Emirates Dialogue on Implementing the Global Stocktake Outcomes, referred to in paragraph 97 of Decision 1/CMA.5. At its plenary meeting of November 15, the SBI forwarded this matter to the CMA for further guidance. I requested Ricardo Marshall of Barbados and Patrick Spicer of Canada to co-facilitate the discussion. In addition, ministerial consultations on matters related to the GST were conducted by His Excellency Mukhtar Babayev of Azerbaijan and His Excellency Andreas Bielan of Norway. I now invite the CMA to turn to CMA Agenda Item 10F, compilation and synthesis of and summary report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement. At the first meeting of the COP and the CMA, a joint contact group was established to consider matters under these sub-items, co-chaired by Isobel Bartholomew of the United Kingdom and Elena Pereira from Guatemala. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 10G, Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue on the scope of Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. At the first meeting of the CMA, a contact group co-chaired by Raf Bodl from the European Union and Zahir Fakir from the United Arab Emirates was established to consider matters under this sub-item. In addition to the co-chairs who facilitated the joint item COP30/CMA 10F as well as CMA item 10G, ministerial consultations were conducted by His Excellency Ed Miliband of the United Kingdom and Her Excellency Deborah Mlongo Barasa of Guinea. I now invite the CMA to turn to CMA Agenda Item 14, Report on the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures. At their plenary meeting on November 15, the SUBSTA and the SBI forwarded this matter to the COP, the CMP, and the CMA for further guidance. I requested Veronica Badji from Hungary and Diane Blacklane from Antigua and Barbuda to facilitate the discussion. I now invite the CMA to turn to CMA Agenda Item 10A, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. As it relates to the second review of the functions of the SCF, this matter was considered by the SBI, which, at its opening plenary, agreed to defer consideration of this matter to SBI 64. At the first meetings of the COP and the CMA, a joint contact group was established to consider matters under this sub-item, co-chaired by Hendrikje Reis from Germany and Deborah Lee Swanepoel from South Africa. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 10B, Guidance to the Green Climate Fund. At the first meeting of the COP and the CMA, a joint at the first meeting of the COP and the CMA, a joint contact group was established to consider matters under this sub-item, co-chaired by David Kaluba from Zambia and Simon Stumpf from Germany. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 10C, Guidance to the Global Environmental Facility. At the first meetings of the COP and the CMA, a joint contact group was established to consider matters under this sub-item, co-chaired by David Kaluba from Zambia and Simon Stumpf from Germany. I now invite the CMA to turn to CMA Agenda Item 10D, Report of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and Guidance to the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. At the first meetings of the COP and the CMA, a joint contact group was established to consider matters under this sub-item, co-chaired by José Delgado Jiménez from Austria and Daniel Lund from Fiji. I now invite the CMA to turn to CMA Agenda Item 10E, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. At the first meetings of the CMP and the CMA, a joint contact group was established to consider matters under this sub-item, co-chaired by Koosje Boymer van der Loo from the Netherlands and Isatu Camara from the Gambia. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 11C, Technology Implementation Program. At its plenary meeting on November 15, the SBI forwarded this matter to the CMA for further guidance. I requested Omar Alcock from Jamaica and Elfriede Ann Moore from Austria to facilitate the discussion. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to technology were conducted by His Excellency Chris Bowen of Australia and His Excellency Bhupender Yadav of India. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 7, Reporting and Review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, provision of financial and technical support to developing country parties for reporting and capacity building. At its plenary meeting on November 15, the SBI forwarded this matter to the CMA for further guidance. I requested Ole Kenneth Nielsen from Denmark and Sandra Motswanedi from South Africa to continue to facilitate the discussion. In addition, my team and I have undertaken consultations with parties on this matter, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all delegations for their engagement and guidance in this process. I therefore invite the CMA to adopt the following draft decisions. Global Mutirão, Uniting Humanity in a Global Mobilization Against Climate Change, contained in document CMA/2025/L.24. Please note that the L document refers to CMA 6 instead of CMA 7. It will be corrected by the Secretariat. United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program, contained in document CMA/2025/L.14. Matters related to the global stocktake, contained in document CMA/2025/L.6. Compilation and synthesis of and summary report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document CMA/2025/L.13. It's okay? What? No. Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue on the scope of Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document CMA/2025/L.11. Report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures, contained in document CMA/2025/L.9. Matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance, contained in document CMA/2025/L.20. Guidance for the Green Climate Fund contained in document CMA/2025/L.19. Guidance to the Global Environmental Facility contained in document CMA/2025/L.15. Report of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and guidance to the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage contained in document CMA/2025/L.16. Matters relating to the Adaptation Fund contained in document CMA/2025/L.17. Belém Technology Implementation Program contained in document CMA/2025/L.18. Reporting and review pursuant to Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, provision of financial and technical support to developing country parties for reporting and capacity building contained in document CMA/2025/L.7. Global Goal on Adaptation contained in document CMA/2025/L.25. Friends, I know that most of you are tired, but as president of this conference, it is my duty to recognize some very important discussions that took place in Belém and that needs to continue during the Brazilian presidency until the next COP, even if they are not reflected in these texts we just approved. We know some of you had greater ambitions for some of the issues at hand. I know the youth civil society will demand us to do more to fight climate change. I want to reaffirm that I will try not to disappoint you during my presidency. As President Lula said at the opening of this COP, we need roadmaps so that humanity in a just and planned manner can overcome its dependence on fossil fuels, halt and reverse deforestation, and mobilize resources for these purposes. I, as President of COP30, will therefore create two roadmaps, one on halting and reverting deforestation, another to transitioning away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly and equitable manner. They will be led by science and they will be inclusive. With the spirit of the Mutirão, we will convene high-level dialogues, gathering key international organizations, governments from both producing and consuming countries, industry, workers, scholars, civil society, and will report back to the COP. We will also benefit from the first international conference for the phase-out of fossil fuels scheduled to take place in April in Colombia. I now invite the CMA to adopt the Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation Work Program contained in document CMA/2025/L.8. I would like to give the floor to Argentina.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. I request to give some comments regarding decisions that just been adopted. So I please have your indulgence with time, because I have comments under 4. On the Mutiro decision, PP1 should be interpreted in accordance with national legislation and applicable international human rights instruments that are legally binding for each member state, according to their respective membership. On gender equality, we refer to our national position as submitted under SBI Agenda Item 18, Gender and Climate Change, in Bonn in June 2025. Regarding PP2 and PPA, the language here goes beyond agreed language under the Paris Agreement and merges with language coming from the 2030 Agenda. And as we have stated consistently, Agenda 2030 and SDGs, though well-intentioned, is not a legally binding document that every country has the right to interpret and pursue freely. OP32, regarding the reference to enhance their enabling environments, we believe that what should be really enhanced is the international enabling environment and not the other way around. OP42, Belém Mission to 1.5 and its relationship with NDCs, NAPs, will reaffirm countries' sovereign right to decide how to approach their national targets according to their national priorities and circumstances. Any sectoral approaches must be nationally determined. I request that this interpretative statement, as delivered under this agenda item, be included in the report of this session. Under agenda item CMA 7.5, United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program. On OP 12H, 12P on gender equality, I refer to my previous comment. OP 12I on the right to self-determination, it should be interpreted under the light of other long-standing principles of the UN Charter, such as the principle of sovereignty of states and territorial integrity, and should be applied according to international human rights treaties that are legally binding for each member state respecting their respective mandates. Membership. OP 12N and O on the references to universal access to energy, we recall the principle of the permanent sovereignty of states over their natural resources for the benefit of their own population, as provided in UN General Assembly Resolution 1803, 17 or 14 December 1962. OP 19 on the reference to creating domestic enabling environments, I refer to my previous comment. I request that this interpretative statement, as delivered, be included in the report of this session. Under CMA 7, Agenda Item 6, Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation Work Program, we consider that countries are sovereign to decide how they approach their national targets according to their national priorities and circumstances, and that any sectoral approaches must be nationally determined. This is our overall understanding and how these conclusions are addressed. On OP 13D, this paragraph should be interpreted in its original context and in accordance with national legislation and applicable international human rights treaties that are legally binding for each member state respecting their respective membership. OP 13D, on the reference to the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation, It should be analyzed from a historical perspective, taking into account the CBDR-RC principle and the impact of climate-related unilateral trade measures on developing countries' economic growth and the right to development. OP13H, I, J, and K. While we recognize the importance of addressing waste, in particular landfill waste disposal, actions under these operative paragraphs are to be developed conditional and proportional to the provision of the means of implementation, transfer of technology, and capacity building, while recognizing that the selection of approaches under this paragraph remains a national decision and in no way implies accepting sectoral approaches under the mitigation work program. I request that this interpretative statement, as delivered, be included in the report of this session. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina, for your statement. It will be noted in the report. Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. President. We note that we request the floor after the TAP, so this is relevant for that part of the adoption of the agenda. ILAC, first Chile speaking on behalf of ILAC, appreciates your tireless efforts and seeks your leadership on a procedural matter of importance for the implementation of the decisions within the package we just adopted. As established by the Paris Rulebook in Decision 3 CMA1, the CMA shall provide guidance to operating entities of the financial mechanism to be transmitted by the Conference of the Party. 4 decisions on this package have guidance to operating entities, but lack a COP decision transmitting the relevant paragraphs. This procedural issue, a technicality, is a source of concern due to the Green Climate Fund Board usually ignoring CMA guidance to the GCF that has not been transmitted, and we perceive that hard negotiated paragraphs regarding the global goal on adaptation, the mitigation work program, Article 2.c dialogue, and the technology implementation program are at risk due to this. We notice that the GF decision has a reference to the TIP and that the GCF decision makes reference to a GEA, but that is not the transmission of guidance. That is actually new guidance. We and other groups try to introduce placeholders in COP decisions for this purpose in the case of the TIP, but our counterparts saw that as a negotiation and not merely what they were, an attempt to comply with the Paris Rulebook established in Katowice, which frustrates us deeply, as the topic has been raised since the Gs. We should not be negotiating already agreed procedures. If parties agree on guidance under the CMA, it should naturally follow that steps, especially already agreed procedural steps, are taken for those elements to be implemented, because that is what we need now: implementation, action, and ambition. Therefore, we invite you, President, to record this concern and to take the necessary steps alongside the Secretariat so our decisions agreed here are indeed implemented. Mr. President, at the heart of our concerns is the integrity of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile, for your statement. It will be noted in the report. I give the floor to Panama.
Mr. President, I'm extremely disappointed by this during this process. Panama is deeply disappointed. You promised a transparent process that is not, and is not what we're seeing. I raise my flag and you ignore it. I raise a point of order and you ignore it. I sustain it and it keeps being ignored. We spent weeks being paralyzed over procedural issues, and now in this plenary, the process is not being followed. Panama truly wanted to support you, Mr. President, and your presidency. I know you have done a lot of efforts to keep this process together. And we commend that, but we cannot replace due process in this critical moment. Second, on substance, because that's what actually I wanted to raise that position, we cannot endorse a GGA outcome that takes us backwards. The indicators were released very late, were not indicators that were negotiated per weeks. There is no metadata, no methodology, no custodians. It raised months, years, 2 years of work, of expert work replaced by placeholders. This is not how we will get that global goal on adaptation. This is a rushed draft. Paragraph 8 is unacceptable, saying that these indicators create no financial obligations when we all know that NAPS and GGA cannot move without finance makes the entire exercise meaningless. If there is no multi-route, there is no finance, and without finance, there is no implementation. Panama wants a credible GGA, but credibility requires 3 things: consistent with expert work, clarity in the indicators, and real sign of finance. We are not here to stop that decision. We didn't want that. We asked to be here, to be listened before the plenary started. It was not possible. Please, we really need to have those indicators in a manner that is acceptable for everyone. Panama will not support, in that sense, that text, and that pretends to measure adaptation while refusing to resource it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Panama, for your statements. It will be noted in the report. Uruguay, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Uruguay speaks on behalf of Argentina, Ecuador, and Paraguay. Uruguay raised its sign and pressed the button to request the floor before the GGA decision was adopted. However, possibly because my delegation is far away, they did not have the opportunity to see us in the room back here. So my remarks will refer to the decision regarding the GGA and supporting what Panama just said. We would like to express that, as our country has repeatedly stated in recent hours and over the night, and given the fact that that we have had access to the draft of the GGA decision since yesterday at 3 a.m. in the morning, including the 59 indicators that are newly designed, we inform that we are not in a position to support the adoption of this decision in this current form. Science for Uruguay, for Argentina, for Paraguay, for Ecuador is the basis upon which we design standards, investments, early warning systems, and policies for water, agriculture, and energy. It's the tool that allows us to protect our population, plan for the long term, and guarantee institutional stability. For this reason, we believe that the list prepared by the experts should be approached from this perspective, and that the decision regarding the work program should be based on expert advice. Therefore, we propose continuing the work program in 2026, using the draft decision prepared by the Presidency, together with a list of 100 indicators compiled by the experts in September. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uruguay, for your statement. It will be noted in the report. Paraguay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regarding CMA 7, Agenda Item 6, Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition, and Implementation Work Program, in the decision that was just adopted in OP 13B, the Republic of Paraguay understand that this paragraph shall be interpreted with full respect for national sovereignty and in line with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. In that sense, each country remains free to determine its own long-term mitigation policies. It shall not be understood as an approach that all countries must apply. I request that this interpretative declaration be reflected in the report of the session on the relevant items. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay, for your statement. It will be noted in the report. Colombia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to take the floor on behalf of ILAC, and we support the intervention of Uruguay and Panama. ILAC wishes to begin by acknowledging the Presidency efforts in advancing the text on the global goal on adaptation. However, we must be clear this was meant to be the COP of adaptation, and yet the outcome before us falls far short of reflecting the magnitude of the challenges that parties, especially the most vulnerable, are confronting on the ground. Despite the long hours invested, the views of parties were not meaningfully reflected, and the final text does not capture the full breadth of position expressed throughout the negotiations. We also regret that insufficient time was allocated for a proper technical examination of the indicators, resulting in a list that does not stem from a truly collective, inclusive, and party-driven decision-making process. ILAC has consistently demonstrated its readiness to engage constructively, but we must underscore a fundamental truth. The developing world cannot continue to shoulder the escalating cost of adaptation on its own. For the global goal on adaptation to be credible, it must be accompanied by the means of implementation required to make it a reality. Without adequate support, the goal remains an aspiration, not an outcome.
Thank you, Colomba. Your statement will be noted in the report. Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also talk to the agenda item CMA 8A, the GGA. Mr. Chair, first of all, I would like to appreciate the enormous work that has been put into development of the indicators and this decision. We appreciate all the work done by the Presidency, the experts, stakeholder delegates, and the Secretariat. However, we have to raise two concerns regarding the process. First, regarding the reduction of indicators from 100 to 59, which was conducted with limited consultation. The indicators were modified rather than being selected directly from the technicals expert list. And secondly, there was very limited time to discuss the final text, and highly relevant points that our group raised in the submissions are not reflected in the text. We therefore want to see the following points reflected in the meeting report. First, we have legal concerns with the text, in particular with references to the Convention in the preamble part and in para 9. Second, we have concerns with a number of indicators and about the term policy alignment process. We have supported adoption of this decision with the understanding that the Belém-Addis vision will allow us to revisit indicators, and that it is noted that there are indicators that we have concerns about, and we will have the space and time to discuss and possibly amend them. We will send a letter outlining our comments in more detail. Let me conclude with the hope that the further process can be used to build confidence and ensure that we can use indicators to its fullest. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Your statement will be noted in the report. Now I have European Union.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I regret to say that we also, at this moment of what should be a celebration of a package...
There is a point of order. I'm sorry.
Please.
Yeah, there's a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. We realized that our proposal was noted. What we were conveying is that we do not accept the decision. We understand that maybe our flag was not seen, but we raised our flag before the decision was taken. So that's what Panama has entailed, and that's what we understand that happened here. Thank you.
Thank you. I give back the floor to the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. President. We regret to say that we also, like other delegations, cannot accept the draft of the GGA text in its current form. For us, the indicators that have been chosen in this package are not in line with Article 7, Article 9, and Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, nor with the mandate of the UAE Work Programme on Indicators. The many modifications that have been made to these indicators that were provided by experts, in our view, make them no longer functional. The indicators are not clear, nor are they usable for their main purpose, which is to contribute to the second global stocktake. We will share our targeted changes in writing, but I'm afraid we join others in not being able to support these indicators at this moment. Thank you again.
Thank you, European Union, for your statement. It will be noted in the report. Sierra Leone, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in my national capacity and would want to reflect on the GGA. The global goal on adaptation is not just a framework. It is a vision born in Paris 10 years ago. A vision of a safer, more resilient future for the most vulnerable. For us, it has always been an opportunity to finally tell our adaptation story, what we are doing, what is working, and where support is urgently needed. Over the past 2 years, parties have engaged in one of the most extensive technical processes under the UNFCCC. 78 experts worked tirelessly with us to design a set of indicators that could reflect the lived realities across our countries. These were meant to be the foundation we examined and celebrated in Berlin. But the list before today is not the list crafted by experts, and it is not a list that clearly tells our story. Parties have championed the work of experts from the beginning. We believe their careful, evidence-based design will anchor a credible, actionable framework. Instead, we leave COP with indicators that are unclear, unmeasurable, and in many cases, unusable. So we must ask ourselves, how are we helping the most vulnerable if this is the quality of the outcomes we call ambition? What message does it send when a process built to elevate our needs ends by diminishing expert work and overlooking the realities of those on the front lines? Nonetheless, Sierra Leone will continue to engage. We will work to evolve this framework until it genuinely reflects our needs, supports our people, and strengthens global understanding of adaptation progress. Because for us, this is not technical. This is about our survival. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra Leone, for your statement. It will be noted in the report. The Holy See, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Holy See would like to recall its interpretative declaration annexed to its instrument of accession to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, dated 6 July 2022, which states that the Holy See underlines that any reference to gender-related terms in any document that has been or that will be adopted by the Conference of States Parties or by its subsidiary bodies is to be understood as grounded on the biological sexual identity, that is, male and female. The Holy See upholds and promotes a holistic and integrated approach that is firmly centered on the human dignity and integral human development of every person. The Holy See requests that this statement be reflected in the report of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, the Holy See, for your statement. It will be noted in the report. Canada, please.
Thank you, Mr. COP President. Canada would seek clarification on the points of orders raised where flags were raised but not seen before gaveling. Canada would appreciate clarification on how the presidency will address the points of order raised by Panama and Uruguay. In addition, on GGA indicators, we share the concerns echoed by the EU and Swiss. Canada also wants to register deep concern that the draft decision and annex drastically change the indicators developed by technical experts in ways that will make data reporting and collection more complex and not as exhaustive. In addition, Canada wants to express strong concerns with how the text across 3 agenda items, the GGA indicators, the Mitigation Work Program, and the Just Transition Work Program, conflate the rights of Indigenous peoples with local communities in a manner that is not consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We request that the text in those 3 decisions be amended to use the agreed language under the UNFCCC for the final decision text. This COP in the Amazon cannot be seen to adopt outcomes that walk back the important progress and breakthroughs in recognizing the rights of Indigenous peoples and their climate leadership. Thank you.
I would like to make a clarification. I have noted all the intervention and they will be noted in the report, and I'm sorry I haven't seen the flags. I have Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have to express that Colombia is very concerned about the procedural issues happening in this plenary. Colombia raised a point of order before the mitigation work program was gavelled, and that point of order was ignored. So, Mr. President, I'm really sorry, but you are leaving us with no other choice but to object the mitigation work program unless the following mention is included, and I'm reading it. On paragraph 17 alt, decides that the topics for the global dialogues in 2026 will be industry and the pathways for implementing the transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner in line with the best available science and aimed at close the gaps to keep the 1.5 within reach. Mr. President, this is the cup of the truth. This is the cup of trust. And you are leaving us with no other option after the procedural issues that we are seeing in this plenary, after you ignored our point of order before the mitigation program was gavelled so we could propose this insertion for the consideration of the plenary, but to object the mitigation work program. The cup of the truth cannot support an outcome that ignores science. According to the IPCC, nearly 75% of global CO2 emissions come from fossil fuels. There is no mitigation if we cannot discuss transitioning away from fossil fuels with means of implementation in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. And the mitigation work program needs this space so we can actually talk about mitigation within the UNFCCC. Today, we're not even allowed to discuss pathways for a just, orderly, and equitable transition aligned with the best available science. This language, previously agreed by consensus, is now being vetoed, even though it is essential for the integrity of this process. A consensus imposed under climate denialism is a failed agreement, Mr. President. Colombia is not blocking progress, contrary to what is happening and how the narrative is making us look here. We are demanding the minimum necessary guarantees, which is to allow language, a topic that we already agreed by consensus, to be discussed here. Denying the best available science requires us not only put the climate regime at risk, but also our own existence. Which message are we sending the world, Mr. President? We're really sorry that we need to do this. Colombia wants to move forward. We want to be based on science with peoples, with the indigenous peoples, the Afro-descendant peoples, the peasants, the women, the youth, the people that it's out there asking us to deliver an outcome that includes fossil fuels, that is transparent. And we feel that we couldn't have the chance to do this, and you're leaving us with no other option. So I'm sorry, Mr. President, but Colombia objects the mitigation work program. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. It will be noted in the report. Uruguay, please.
Disculpe, señor presidente, en este momento mi bandera no estaba levantada, pero sí estuvo levantada para levantar un punto de orden y estuvo levantada nuevamente para comunicarle que para nosotros no es aceptable la forma en la que se está manejando esto procedimentalmente. Nosotros levantamos la bandera antes de que bajara el martillo, de modo que solicitamos respetuosamente que se tenga en cuenta nuestro punto de orden y que se responda a esto que nosotros planteamos representando a Uruguay, Ecuador, Paraguay, Argentina, que levantó Panamá, que levantó Colombia, que levantó la Unión Europea y que luego consultó Canadá. Así que, por favor, le pedimos una respuesta en ese sentido. Gracias.
I see a point of order on the left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we are not asking for this to be noted in the report. There is a serious procedimental issue happening here, Mr. President. This is not a statement that we're asking to be put on the report. It's an objection. Thank you.
So I will suspend the session for a consultation with the parties that have made the statements, and we will resume as soon as possible. So it is suspended. Thank you. I have listened to and heard the concerns from parties regarding the decisions on the global goal on adaptation and the Sharm el-Sheikh mitigation ambition and implementation work program. We had extensive consultations with the Secretariat here, and the Secretariat confirmed that the decisions have been gavelled and they are considered adopted. I deeply regret that I was not made aware of the request of the parties to take the floor. As many of you here, United, it's a point of order or you're asking for the floor? Are you asking for the floor or it's a point of order? We need to have... as I said, I deeply regret I was not made aware of the request of the parties to take the floor. As many of you, I have not slept, and probably this has not helped, as well as my advanced age. So, the decision on the GGA indicators provides for further and continuous refinement of work. And I propose that the CMA... It's a point of order? So it is a point of order? Yes? Okay.
Извините, пожалуйста, господин председатель. Я бы хотел выступить, отреагировав на тот сюжет, который развертывался перед тем, как прервалось заседание. Поскольку заседание было спровоцировано прежде всего выступлениями делегатов из латиноамериканских стран, которые почему-то говорили на английском языке, несмотря на то, что русский, арабский, китайский, французский, английский, испанский язык являются рабочими языками ООН и, в частности, нашей конференции, yo voy a hablar en español para que los delegados de los países latinoamericanos que intervinieron antes me comprendan mejor. La Federación de Rusia no comprende por qué sonaron estas intervenciones de los países latinoamericanos, porque nosotros, precisamente gracias al presidente de la conferencia nuestra, señor Delago, tuvimos muchas posibilidades precisamente durante las últimas 24 horas para encontrar, y como nosotros pensábamos, nosotros logramos encontrar el consenso, y por eso no es absolutamente incomprensible por qué suenan ahora estas, yo me atrevo a decir acusaciones acerca de violación de punto de orden y algo parecido. Todos nosotros tenemos muchas tareas para conseguir y tenemos, a pesar de que se trata aquí de las ambiciones globales, nuestras ambiciones, pero todos comprendemos que además de ambiciones nacionales, existen ambiciones globales y nuestro presidente hizo todo lo posible, según nos parece, para que nosotros podamos juntamente a conseguir estos objetivos globales. Si mis compañeros y colegas de América Latina me comprenden bien, entonces quisiera exhortar a ellos que no se comportaran como los niños que quieren todos los bombones inmediatamente y sin algunas dificultades. Yo pienso, y toda la delegación nuestra piensa, que nuestro jefe de presidente de la conferencia de prensa logró navegar nuestro barco por las aguas de este proceso muy difícil y aguas más profundas que a las aguas del río Amazonas, con destreza, paciencia, a pesar de todo nuestro comportamiento. Y quiero exhortar a agradecerle por su trabajo. Yo comprendo que puede ser que es un poquito temprano, pero mis colegas y amigos de países latinoamericanos me hicieron levantar mi voz. Puede ser un poquito más temprano, pero nuestro presidente merece todo lo bueno por su sabiduría y ante todo por la paciencia de soportarnos tanto tiempo y tantas horas. Él merece la gratitud y palabras de gratitud. Y exhorto, por favor, vamos a trabajar juntamente y vamos a hacer todo lo posible para terminar esta conferencia de prensa con buenos resultados y con la esperanza de que podemos no solamente molestar unos a otros, sino también ayudar unos a otros. Muchas gracias. Discúlpenme por mi muy larga intervención, por lo que no puedo hablar en español, muy corto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your statement. It will be noted in the report. I believe there is another point of order of Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros, los países de América Latina que hemos hablado en esta plenaria, no nos comportamos como niños que quieren todos los bombones. Hemos venido en representación de nuestros países. Hemos venido en representación de los millones de habitantes que representamos y con instrucciones precisas de nuestro gobierno. El de Rusia no ha sido un punto de orden, así que yo no lo permito y voy a pedir que se le aplique el código de conducta porque me siento profundamente ofendida por lo que acaba de decir.
Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nigeria sits in its national capacity, and we also want to make a reaction around the adoption that was made earlier before now, particularly on transitioning away from fossil fuel. Mr. President, for Nigeria, the transition pathway should strictly adhere to the principle of common but differentiated responsibility and respective capability, ensuring that national structure, economic reality are also respected. Nigeria recognizes the urgency of addressing climate change, but emphasizes that a successful transition cannot be imposed. It should be a deliberate process that is nationally determined and supported by robust international cooperation. we will not be in support of any climate change implementation response that will lead to our sudden economic contraction and heightened social instability. Nigeria requires significant targeted investment and technology to effectively diversify its economic base. We require massive, accessible, predictable, as well as concessional climate finance to simultaneously meet both our adaptation as well as mitigation needs. Nigeria calls for a just transition and energy mix plan that supports us to implement our adaptation as well as mitigation priority and manage new clean energy systems that preventing climate and preventing trade barriers, ensuring unilateral measures do not serve as a new form of economic constraint or protection that undermine developing economies. Nigeria stands ready to work collaboratively to implement a transition that secures not only our planet's future, but also the prosperity as well as well-being of our people. We invite the President to note this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria, for your statement. It will be noted in the report. I see India has raised the flag. India, would you like to take the floor as a point of order, or do you want me to finish what I was going to say about what I was in the middle of the explanation of what had happened? India?
Yeah, we wanted to make a statement on behalf of BASIC. You can complete your intervention and then we can talk.
Thank you. So, back to what I was saying, that I deeply regret that I was not made aware of the request from the floor. As I started to say, the decision of the GGA indicators provides for further and continuous refinement of work. I propose that the CMA request the SUBS and the SBI at their sessions in Bonn in June in 26 to work further on these two issues on the basis of the work done at this session. This will be reflected in the report to make sure that SUBS and SBI will deal with these two matters in Bonn in June. As I have stated, the statements and reservations made by parties during this meeting will be duly recorded in the report of the session. We recognize that today's proceedings must be avoided and will request the Secretariat to prepare best practices to guide our process in a way that will ensure transparency, inclusivity, predictability and legitimacy, which has been always our priority during this COP. You can be sure that this is an absolute priority for me. May I take that the CMA agrees with this approach? No. No. I have a point of order there. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We engaged quite constructively in the huddle with our colleagues who had concerns with regards to the two decisions that had been gavelled, particularly the mitigation work program as well as the global goal and adaptation. And it was our understanding from the huddle that the work would continue in Bonn in accordance with the decisions that have already been taken in those decisions that have been gavelled with no additions, and that the objections or reservations would simply be noted in the meeting report. So I'm seeking clarity from you, Mr. Chair, that you are not asking us as parties to decide on continuation of work based on discussions that have happened during plenary, and that in fact what we will be doing is allowing the work within agenda items that are deeply technical to remain within those agenda items and not establishing a precedent whereby those who did not get what they want in the individual agenda items come to negotiate that in plenary. I would seek that clarity from you, Mr. Chair, because we did gavel those decisions, and it would be confusing for us to go to Bonn without clarity on what it is exactly that we will be engaging on. Thank you.
Saudi Arabia, as I said in the beginning, the Secretariat has confirmed that decisions that have been gavelled are considered adopted. Malawi, please, and then India, because it was also a point of order from Malawi.
Mr. President, good afternoon. Malawi takes the floor on behalf of the 44 Least Developed Countries Group. It's not a point of order, it's an intervention. Mr. President,
if it is an intervention, can I call India first, if you don't mind?
Thank you, President.
It's okay?
I've said yes. I've said yes, Mr. President. I'll come after India.
Okay. India, please.
Mr. President, I take the floor on behalf of the basic countries to express our solidarity with the COP presidency for the fantastic efforts in organizing this COP. In the last 2 weeks, we have all been working tirelessly to ensure we have a consensus on important issues. It is in our interest to ensure that climate multilateralism succeeds and provides the right guidance to address this global challenge. We appreciate the COP presidency for invoking the spirit of Motirao as demonstrated especially in the last few days, for ensuring that all parties are consulted and a delicate balance is achieved on issues with some parties holding extreme positions. As a COP of truth and a COP of implementation, we cannot leave this room without an outcome. We fully support the presidency and recognize the outstanding efforts of the presidency team, including spending many sleepless nights working to ensure that we leave with something meaningful from Belém. We stand firmly with the COP president, Brazil's Motirao spirit, and the complete package delicately crafted. All the documents are being adopted as a package today, and we look forward to working closely to ensure that today's outcome takes us in the right direction for climate action. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, India. Malawi, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of the 44 least developed countries. I want to specifically contribute to the agenda item on the GGA. So, Mr. President, once again, let me also congratulate you for the work that you have undertaken, and we are also in solidarity with your presidency. We are aware that, and we do recognize that the decision on the GGA that you just gaveled is not perfect. We also have, as a group, lost quite a number of elements in the decision as we came here, which were pertinent to the survival of our group, including the means of implementation. But we would live with your way forward that you have proposed, that we work in the next year towards refining the package that you have given us under the GGA. So as a group, we will support that, and we will engage to refine further the package that we have, including the 59 indicators, so that we make them benefit our vulnerable communities in the 44 LDCs. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Tanzania. Saudi Arabia, did you ask for the floor?
Yes, I did, Mr. President, and thank you for giving me the floor. I did not want to interrupt a distinguished delegate from Malawi as he was given his intervention. I understand that many of us are quite sleep deprived, and so first of all, I would like to thank you for the clarification once again that all decisions that have been adopted and gavelled will remain so. But I'm afraid perhaps that my question was left unanswered because you had mentioned in your statement that we would be moving forward work to Bonn, and so I'm seeking clarity that the forward-moving work would be in accordance with the agreed decision and that we're not deciding anything new at this plenary. If we could just have that confirmation from you, I would be grateful so that we can move on swiftly towards considering the other decisions before us as CMA, CMP, and COP. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Yes, the Secretariat informs me that yes. So, United Republic of Tanzania, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I speak on behalf of 54 African countries which came all the way from the other continents to Belém to work with you, as we stated from the beginning. Mr. President, we note the divergent views on this very important issue, but I want to assure you that we stand with your presidency in terms of moving forward in the spirit of compromise and multilateral. We have worked together throughout the nights. We haven't slept, and we are here indeed to show the international community that we are in materialism which cannot be broken. Therefore, Mr. President, we support the way forward which you have proposed, and indeed we look forward to continuing on this very important agenda item as you have guided us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I take that the CMA agrees with the approach that I presented? I'll give the floor to Panama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before agreeing on the process, in terms, we want to, if it's possible for you to recap all the agreements that were made in the huddle, just for full transparency, including the objections. It was not just a reservation. It was we were made in objections presented to the GGA decision and the mitigation work program. That's one. Second, we also want to request the Secretary and the Presidency to further provide solutions to avoid that this problem in plenary happen again in the future, as we also discussed in the huddle. So transparency with that, please. And regarding the statement made by Russia, children are extremely intelligent and visionary. And as the region, we will continue pushing for transformative decisions. We wish we all behave like children to work for a better future, instead of all futureless adults. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Panama. As I stated, I want to make sure that the proceedings of the presidency, under this presidency, will make sure that we have the best practices with transparency, inclusivity, predictability, and legitimacy. So, as I said, this is not going to be repeated. And now, as you have seen, we have more people attentive to identify when the floor is asked. So I also want to inform you that this will all be registered in the proceedings of this session. I believe India asked for the floor again.
Thank you, Mr. President. India is taking the floor this time on behalf of LMDC. The LMDC shares the concern regarding the pattern we are witnessing right now in the plenary. Certain parties repeatedly are taking turns to object and delay the plenary in an effort to secure outcomes that reflect their individual preferences rather than respecting the party-driven, consensus-based nature of this process. This behavior risks undermining the multilateral spirit that must guide our work. We also underline that the issue being raised here already has been gavelled. We cannot reopen a gavelled decision. Doing so would be so dangerous and so damaging precedent to this process. In previous COP, even when our own countries had concerns about gavelled items, they have not been reopened. It would be fundamentally unfair and procedurally inconsistent to make an exception now. The LMDC expresses its sincere gratitude to the Presidency for its patience, balance and leadership throughout this difficult and lengthy process. We recognize the immense work required to bring all parties together, and given your age, as you have stated, you have done a commendable job and we appreciate that and put it before the House. We are here to work jointly to demonstrate maximum flexibility and to do our utmost to achieve positive, balanced outcome for us all. The children in all of us must grow for progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, India. So may I take that the CMA agrees with the approach we have outlined? Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now propose we continue with the rest of our work. On the matters of the membership of the Adaptation Fund Board, and under the wonderful noise of an Amazonian rain, arrangements for the Adaptation Fund to exclusively serve the Paris Agreement and the initiation of the 5th review of the Adaptation Fund, these matters were considered by the SBI. At its plenary meeting on November 15, the SBI forwarded this matter to the CMP and CMA for further guidance. I hereby propose that the CMA requests the SBI at its 64th session in June 26 to continue consideration of matters relating to the membership of the Adaptation Fund Board, the matter of the arrangement for the Adaptation Fund to exclusively serve the Paris Agreement, and the initiation of the 5th review of the Adaptation Fund on the basis of the work undertaken at SBI 63, available on the UNFCCC website. And notes that this work does not represent agreement among parties, does not prejudge further work or prevent parties from expressing their views in the future, nor does it prejudge the number of draft decisions on these matters that parties may wish to recommend or consider. I will now proceed with providing you with information on the work undertaken on each item contained on the Belém political package under the COP. I will then propose the adoption of the outcomes of the work done on all these items under the COP. For those items where work was undertaken on identical items under the CMA, I would ask parties to refer to the information on that work that I just provided under the CMA. The same approach will be taken in this regard with respect to the CMP items that we will turn to following the adoption of outcomes under the COP. I now invite the COP to turn to Agenda Item 8F, compilation and synthesis of and summary report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement. Agenda Item 12, report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures. Agenda Item 8B, matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. Agenda Item 8C, report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund. Agenda Item 8D, report of the Global Environmental Facility to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Global Environmental Facility. And Agenda Item 8E, report of the Fund for responding to loss and damage and guidance to the Fund for responding to loss and damage. I now invite the COP to turn to Agenda Item 14, Gender and Climate Change. At its plenary meeting on November 15, the SBI forwarded this matter to the COP for further guidance. I requested Carol Franco from the Dominican Republic and Jared Huntley from Australia to continue to facilitate the discussion. In addition, ministerial consultations on issues related to gender and climate change were conducted by Her Excellency Maísa Rojas of Chile and Her Excellency Elena Dyrssen of Sweden. I therefore invite the COP to adopt the following draft decisions. Compilation and synthesis of and summary report on the in-session workshop on biennial communications of information related to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document CP/2025/L8. Report of the Forum on the impact of the implementation of response measures contained in document CP/2025/L.9. Okay. So, hearing no objection, it is so decided. Matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance contained in document CP/2025/L.17. Hearing no objections, It is so decided. Report of the Green Climate Fund to the Conference of the Parties and guidance to the Green Climate Fund contained in document CP/2025/L.12. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Report of and guidance to the Global Environmental Facility contained in document CP/2025/L.11. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. Yeah. No, here. Report of the funds for responding to loss and damage and guidance to the fund for responding to loss and damage contained in document CP/2025/L.10. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. And Belém Gender Action Plan contained in document CP/2025/L.16. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I believe that Indonesia asked for the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Presidency. Indonesia appreciates the Presidency, the co-facilitator, and the Secretariat for their valuable efforts in identifying the needed landing zones for the adopted text on this agenda item on gender and climate change, despite the differences among parties on numerous terminologies and parameters. As we aspire for this COP to be the COP of truth and implementation, we regard on the adoption of the Balanced Gender Action Plan 2026-2034 as a significant milestone, one that places people and communities at its core, strengthens women empowerment, and safeguards those in vulnerable situations throughout the process. We expect the new GAP will be fully applicable to all parties through their respective national processes. On the adopted Balanced Gender Action Plan, the document still reflects several principal differences that not fully align with our prevalent national laws and regulations. Indonesia also dissociates itself from the terminology gender and age disaggregate data, as it's not recognized within our national policy framework. We regret that our proposal to include the terminology sex and age disaggregate data could not be accommodated in the adopted text. Nevertheless, Indonesia remains committed to supporting the successful implementation of Balanced Gender Action Plan, recognizing that its delivery is nationally driven and guided by the CBDR-RC principles, as well as respective applicable laws and regulations. In the Indonesia context, gender equality is inseparable from the broader agenda of women empowerment. Therefore, these approaches will help ensure that the GAP provides meaningful benefits for women and girls who are disproportionately affected by climate change. Through this GAP, Indonesia reaffirms its strong commitment and looks forward to further advancing the integration of gender equality on our National Action Plan on Gender and Climate Change 2024-2030. Finally, we request this statement be reflected in the report and on the session of this agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Indonesia, and your statement will be noted in the report. Paraguay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Con respecto al punto 14 de la agenda de la COP30, Género y Cambio Climático, la República del Paraguay desea expresar que, para los fines de este documento y para todas las referencias al género en otras decisiones y documentos adoptados o que sean adoptados en el futuro y en el marco de los programas de trabajo y los órganos constituidos de la Convención Marco de Naciones Unidas para el Cambio Climático, la República del Paraguay entiende el término género conforme a lo establecido exclusivamente en el artículo 48 de la Constitución Nacional del Paraguay y lo interpreta como referido a los sexos femenino y masculino tal como se definen biológicamente. Solicito que esta declaración interpretativa sea reflejada en el informe de la sesión en los puntos pertinentes. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Yes, your statement will be noted in the report. I have now Argentina, Russian Federation, and Tuvalu. Argentina, please.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente. Me gustaría explicar el por qué la República Argentina hace declaraciones en inglés en plenaria. Esto es debido al modo en cómo se reflejan las declaraciones interpretativas de los distintos países en los informes bajo esta convención. En particular, dado que se trata de un informe grabado que remite al minuto exacto con el segundo exacto, quizás podría considerarse como una propuesta constructiva que en el caso de las declaraciones interpretativas de los países se agreguen subtítulos en los 5 idiomas. Ahora, para una mejor exposición al momento de la declaración interpretativa de la Argentina, la voy a hacer en idioma inglés. The Argentine Republic's commitment to women's rights has been long-standing and is enshrined in its legislation and domestic practices, which often exceed international standards. For the purpose of this document and the references to gender under any other documents from the Belém political package and any other UNFCCC work streams and constituted bodies, Argentina understands the term gender as defined in Article 7.3 of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. I request that this statement and the link to Argentina's statement as delivered and submitted during the first informal consultation of SBI Agenda Item 18, Gender and Climate Change, in June session this year in Bonn, be reflected in the report on the session under the relevant agenda items. Finally, I request that this interpretative statement as delivered be included in the report of this session. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias. Your statement will be included in the report. Your interpretative statement will be included in the report. I now have Russian Federation and Tuvalu.
Уважаемый господин председатель, Российская Федерация хотела бы сделать интерпретирующее заявление в связи с проектом и уже принятым решением о Беленском плане действий по гендерным вопросам. Российская Федерация подчеркивает, что выполнение положений плана является суверенным правом стран и должно обеспечиваться с учетом национальных законов и приоритетов при полном уважении различных религиозных и этических ценностей, а также культурных устоев народов. Для цели настоящего документа, а также всех решений и прочих документов в рамках рабочих процессов и органов Рамочной конвенции ООН об изменении климата, Российская Федерация понимает термин «гендер» как относящийся к мужчинам и женщинам, которые имеют равные права и свободы и равные возможности для их реализации в соответствии с Конституцией Российской Федерации и другими национальными законодательными актами. Исходим из того, что все мероприятия в рамках плана направленные на устранение конкретных факторов уязвимости женщин и девочек в контексте изменения климата и его негативных последствий, в том числе с целью содействия укреплению семьи, материнства, отцовства, детства и брака. Брака, понимаемого как союз мужчины и женщины в соответствии с Семейным кодексом Российской Федерации и другими национальными законодательными актами. Отмечаем также отдельно, что дети, особенно младшего возраста, в силу своей физической и психической незрелости нуждаются в заботе и защите. Они не могут участвовать в каких-либо процессах на равных со взрослыми. Российская Федерация также дистанцируется от формулировки «женщины-защитники окружающей среды» как не имеющей четкого определения и критериев, и понимает ее как женщины, участвующие в экологической деятельности. Рассчитываем также, что наше выступление будет отражено в итоговом докладе. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Russian Federation, and your interpretation statement will be included in the report. Tuvalu, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a least developed country, I wish to speak on, in relation to COP Agenda Item 8D, Guidance to the GEF. We had hoped to see specific language in this decision which urges the GEF to scale up public grant-based finance, including through replenishment of the Least Developed Country Fund to at least $3 billion by 2030. We were not successful in seeing this language incorporated in the decision, but we certainly hope the GEF takes note of our interest in a replenishment of the LDCF. Finally, we wish to welcome the COP Agenda Item 14 without interpretation. We wish these comments to be incorporated in the report of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuvalu. Yes, your comments will be incorporated in the report. Now I invite the CMP to turn to Agenda Item 8, Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures, and Agenda Item 6, Matters Relating to the Adaptation Fund. I invite the CMP to adopt the following draft decisions. Report of the Forum on the Impact of the Implementation of Response Measures contained in document KP/2025/L.6. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Matters relating to the Adaptation Fund contained in document KP/2025/L.7. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. With respect to the membership of the Adaptation Fund Board, as outlined previously, I propose that the recommendation made by the CMA to the SBs also be made by the CMP. May I take it that the CMP agrees to this proposal? Seeing no objections, it is so decided. I further propose that the package of outcomes just adopted under the COP, the CMA and the CMP be referred to as the Belém political package. May I take it that the COP agrees to this proposal? Seeing no objections, it is so decided. May I take it that the CMP agrees to this proposal? Hearing no objections, it is so decided. May I take it that the CMA agrees to this proposal? Seeing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the COP to consider agenda item 2H and the CMP to consider agenda item 2D and the CMA to consider agenda item 2D, adoption of the report on credentials. In accordance with Rule 20 of the draft rules of procedure being applied, the Bureau has examined the credentials and submitted its report. The Bureau's report on credentials is contained in document CP/2025/11, CMP/2025/6, CMA/2025/18. In addition, the Bureau was informed of 7 parties who submitted credentials after the report was issued. These parties are Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Cook Islands, Ethiopia, Japan, Kenya, North Macedonia, Tonga. Based on the report of the Bureau and the additional information on credentials just stated, I invite the COP to accept the credentials of parties attending the session contained in the Bureau's report. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMP to accept the credentials of parties attending the session contained in the Bureau's report and the additional information on credentials just stated. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to accept the credentials of parties attending the session contained in the Bureau's report and the additional information on credentials just stated. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to turn to sub-item 2B of the agenda, adoption of the rules of procedure. You may recall that at our first meeting, I proposed that a senior member of my delegation hold consultations on this issue. I thank Ambassador Lilian Chagas for taking on this task. While there was an appreciation of the importance of this matter, delegations still maintained their position on the fundamental issues. As such, I regret to inform the conference that there was no consensus on this matter. I therefore propose that, as at previous sessions, that the COP continues to apply the draft rules of procedure contained in document CP/1996/2 with the exception of draft rule 42. I also propose that the COP continues consideration of this matter at its 31st session. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 2G, dates and venues of future sessions. You may recall that at our first meeting, I proposed that consultations on this matter be conducted by a senior member of my delegation. These consultations were conducted by Ambassador Mauricio Lido of my delegation, jointly with Ambassador Yalchin Rafiev of Azerbaijan. I would like to thank very much Mauricio and Yalchin for their work. Based on the consultations, a draft decision is presented for adoption by the COP. I invite the COP to adopt draft decision contained in document CP/2025/L.13. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now have the honor to give the floor to Turkey to address the plenary on behalf of host of COP31. Turkey, you have the floor.
Sayın Başkan, çok kıymetli delegeler, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Sözlerimin hemen başında ev sahipliği için Brezilya hükümetine ve halkına burada şükranlarımı ifade etmek istiyorum. Türkiye'nin COP31 başkanlığı için süreci ortaklaşa yürüteceğimiz Avustralya hükümeti başta olmak üzere desteklerinizden dolayı hepinize ayrı ayrı teşekkür ediyorum. Kıymetli delegeler, biz ortak evimiz dünyamız için attığımız tüm adımlarda iklim değişikliği ve çevre sorunlarının giderilmesi için yaptığımız tüm çalışmalarda inancımız gereği insanoğlu ile tabiat arasında bir merhamet sözleşmesi olduğu bilinciyle hareket ediyoruz. Türkiye bugüne kadar Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın liderliğinde uluslararası diplomaside karşıt görüşleri, farklı tarafları bir araya getirerek önemli bir rol üstlenmiştir. Dünya barışına ve karşı karşıya olduğumuz pek çok küresel sorunun çözümüne katkı sağlamıştır. İnsanlığın geleceği için verdiğimiz bu katkıları COP31 başkanlığı dönemimizde de kararlılıkla sürdüreceğiz. Bu bağlamda Birleşmiş Milletler İklim Değişikliği Çerçeve Sözleşmesi'nin en üst karar organı olan Taraflar Konferansı Başkanlığını ve ev sahipliğini üstleniyoruz. COP31 başkanlığı olarak iklim eyleminin bugüne kadar kazanmış olduğu ivmeyi şeffaf ve tüm tarafları kapsayıcı bir şekilde daha da ileriye taşıma gayretiyle çalışacağız. Kıymetli temsilciler, bugün Avustralya ile tarihten gelen bağlarımızı ve dostluğumuzu ileriye taşıyacak ve iklim eylemine önemli katkılar yapacağına inandığımız yenilikçi bir adım attık. İnanıyorum ki bundan sonra da COP31 sürecini Avustralya ile birlikte kimseyi geride bırakmayan, adil, kapsayıcı, katılımcı, şeffaf bir anlayışla yürüteceğiz. Tabii şunu da ifade etmek isterim. Türkiye, iklim değişikliğiyle mücadele konusundaki kararlılığını, liderliğini ve uluslararası işbirliğine yönelik samimi yaklaşımını her platformda ortaya koymaktadır. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın açıkladıkları 2053 net sıfır emisyon hedefine giden yolda kalıcı ve somut adımlar atıyoruz. Bugün küresel bir çevre hareketine dönüşen sıfır atık seferberliğiyle Sayın Emine Erdoğan hanımefendinin himayelerinde ortak evimiz dünyanın geleceğine son derece önemli katkılar sunuyoruz. COP31 sürecinde de insanlığın ve dünyamızın beklentilerine ve acil ihtiyaçlarına dair en etkin çözümleri Türkiye-Avustralya işbirliğiyle hayata geçireceğiz. Değerli delegeler, bugünden itibaren geleceğimiz için en anlamlı maratonu başlatıyoruz. Şimdiden COP31'de hepinizi dünyanın kalbi, kıtaların ve medeniyetlerin köprüsü olan Türkiye'de misafir etmeyi büyük bir heyecanla ve sabırsızlıkla bekliyoruz. Türkiye olarak sadece kendi bölgesine değil, özellikle Pasifik ve Afrika gibi kırılgan bölgelere de odaklanan, kuzey ile güneyi birbirine bağlayan, adil ve dengeli bir taraflar konferansı düzenlemeyi taahhüt ediyor. Aldığımız bu kararın tüm taraflara, bölgemize ve küresel iklim kriziyle mücadelemize hayırlı olmasını diliyorum. Sözlerimin sonunda da bu süreçte emeği geçen COP29 Başkanı Sayın Muhtar Babayev'e, COP30 Başkanlığına ve uzlaştırıcı rollerinden dolayı Azerbaycan adına Sayın Yalçın Rafayev'e, Brezilya adına Sayın Mauricio Liro'ya, COP31 sürecini birlikte yürüteceğimiz Avustralya hükümetine ve değerli dostum Sayın Chris Bowen'a, icra direktörümüz Simon Stil'e ve ekibine, yine VEOK grubuna ve çalışma arkadaşlarıma özellikle teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
First, a single drop falls from the sky. A drop becomes life. To account for all we have lost. It advances every step required to carry the transformation forward, while offering the Mediterranean's climate efforts as a model. It seeks to become part of a shared home to 2,799 lodging facilities and over 600,000 beds. It offers participants an infrastructure that is safe, accessible and sustainable. From Expo 2016 to NATO summits, Antalya's global experience makes it a strong host, COP31. Here let us meet in a shared promise and unite in shared action. For
Turkey and Australia will work together.
I see the request for the floor from Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Australia is honoured to be entrusted with the stewardship of the global climate negotiations process next year as President of negotiations. I congratulate and thank Turkey, and in particular my friend Minister Murat Kurum and all of his team for taking on the role of COP31 President and hosting the World Leaders Summit and COP31 in Turkey next year. I thank WEOG for their support and their endorsement of this arrangement. And I thank all those around the world who supported Australia every step of the way. We wouldn't be here without you. I would particularly like to thank all my Pacific friends and colleagues, both for the extraordinary leadership they bring to this climate process each and every year, but also for the critical role they too will play in the delivery of COP31. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite leaders and others to travel to the Pacific for pre-COP. Together, we look forward to showcasing Pacific issues for the world to see. I thank my Pacific family. This innovative solution to the delivery of COP next year has been built on trust and partnership. Trust and partnership with the Pacific and with Turkey that will continue to grow and deepen as we work together next year. This is a win for multilateralism. It is a demonstration of global goodwill and a willingness to cooperate to find practical solutions to problems. Together, Australia, Turkey and the Pacific will strive to ensure COP31 is a success. We will maintain a focus on doing all we can to keep 1.5 degrees alive, as this is such an imperative for our planet and our Pacific friends. We'll seek to share innovative and effective climate solutions that help all of us accelerate our energy transitions. In the year ahead, in my role, I'll carry forward much of the strong work Brazil has led as COP30 President, and I thank you, President Delego, and Brazil for getting us here. Finally, Your Excellencies, I'd like to thank Brazil, Azerbaijan, Turkey and the UNFCCC Secretariat for engaging so constructively in supporting a positive resolution on the hosting arrangements of COP31. Australia is grateful to you. I also want to thank the people of Belém for so warmly embracing us in their beautiful city, and thank the whole team that have worked tirelessly to make COP30 a success. I undertake to work closely with you to carry forward and build upon your legacy in the negotiations as we progress towards COP31. Thank you.
Vanuatu has asked for the floor. Vanuatu, please.
Firstly, allow me, Your Excellency, on behalf of the Pacific Islands Small Developing States, the PSIDS, to express our appreciation to Brazil for your hospitality and for hosting us. Vanuatu, on behalf of the 14 Pacific Small Island Developing States, welcomes the announcement of the Turkey-Australian Partnership for COP31. We thank both parties for their deliberations and efforts in the preceding weeks and months. The Pacific looks forward to hosting a pre-COP in the Pacific and to welcome you all to our beautiful Pacific Islands. We also look forward to sharing our islands with you so you can witness firsthand how climate change shapes our daily lives, our shorelines, and the future of our communities. The Pacific knows that this arrangement of President and President of Negotiations is unique in the UNFCCC landscape, but we can see that it will offer many opportunities for the Pacific and will address specific priorities that create an outcome-driven pathway that safeguards the 1.5-degree global temperature goal. We call on Turkey and Australia to honour the mandate that they have been given by the COP based on their partnership agreement. The details of this arrangement remain central to their mandate. We also ask all other parties in this process to reflect on this mandate and the obligations that it creates in terms of the partnership agreement between Turkey and Australia. The Pacific is ready. We are willing. It's taken a long time to get here, but let's make this COP one of the most successful yet. I thank you.
I now have the honor to give the floor to Ethiopia to address the plenary on behalf of host of COP32.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to express my appreciation to you, Mr. President, and your team for your tireless effort and leadership in steering the work of the COP30 and congratulate you on the successful conclusion of COP30. We also would like to congratulate Turkey and Australia for partnership for hosting COP31 and express our best wish for successful of COP31. In Ethiopia, we have a saying, when spider webs unite, they can tie up a line. Today, we stand united, and together we will not just tie up the line of climate change, but we will overcome it. It is with profound honor and deep humility that Ethiopia accepts this decision of hosting the second session of the Conference of the Party to the United Nations Framework Convention on the Climate Change in Addis Ababa in 2027. On behalf of the government and the people of the Federal Democratic Republic of, I extend our heartfelt appreciation for this trust, for this responsibility, and for this movement for shared purpose. We accept this responsibility with a clear vision and a committed heart. Ethiopia is a land of origin, the cradle of humankind, where humanity took its first steps. We are a nation of ancient civilization, a vibrant culture, a tradition of resilience, and our capital, Addis Ababa, is more than a city. It is a diplomatic capital of Africa where the spirit of Pan-Africanism breathes, speaks, and leads. Hosting COP32 on our soil is far more than a logistical task. It is a profound homecoming return to your shared origin, a revival of Africa's moral voice, and a global reaffirmation of our sacred duty of safeguarding the only home we have. Before we move forward, it's only fitting that we express our gratitude for the steps that brought us here. To the government and the people of Brazil, to the city of Belém, we say obrigado. For your leadership and warm hospitality at COP30, we honor your commitment and we will build upon it. We extend our special appreciation to the African group. Your trust in Ethiopia to carry Africa's banner in a responsibility we wear these prides. To the AGN Chair, we express our sincere respect for your steadfast leadership, unity-building efforts, and for keeping Africa's voice coherent, principled, and strong. In the same spirit, we convey warm gratitude to the least developed countries group. We stand proudly with LDC nations as we advocate for climate justice, equitable access to finance, and resilience for most vulnerable. It is a moment of profound pride and sincere duty that Ethiopia become the first LDC country ever to host a COP. We accept this not as an honor, but as a mandate to amplify the voice of the vulnerable and ensuring they are not just heard but heard. Ethiopia's acceptance of this responsibility reflects our unwavering belief in multilateralism, fairness, and international solidarity. We remain fully committed to global cooperation as the only viable pathway to address a crisis that respects no border. Ethiopia's commitment to climate action is long-standing and deeply woven into our national identity. Our climate resilient green economy strategy, ambitious NDC, the Green Legacy Initiative, which has already planted billions of trees, and then our bold investment in renewable energy are not mere aspirations on paper, they are tangible outcomes transforming lives on the ground. We act not because we wait for others, but because our survival depends on it. We act for the farmers in the Rift Valley, whose livelihood hangs on the predictability of the season. We act for children in the lowland who has the right to breathe clean air. We act for every generation yet to come who deserves a planet that's not just habitable but thriving. Hosting COP32 is an honor to accept with a profound gratitude and duty where embraced with full commitment. On behalf of my Prime Minister, Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, I extend our deepest thanks to all parties, the African Group, the government of Brazil. Your steadfast support has been instrumental in this process. Commitment must be translated into action, and our begins now under the direct leadership of our Prime Minister Ethiopia. Preparation for COP30 has already in motion. We are mobilizing to deliver a COP that is inclusive, accessible, and enriched with the renowned warmth of African hospitality. At COP30, every voice will not be heard but valued. We will work tirelessly with all negotiating groups and all partners to convey a COP that is inclusive and climate-focused, development-oriented, and solution-driven. As His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed said in his recent statement, I quoted, Ethiopia remains fully committed to deliver a robust and meaningful outcomes and inclusive COP32 that advances a collective action against climate change. Let me be unequivocally clear that the time for incremental change is over. Ethiopia cannot do this alone. We call for partnership that brings renewable energy to village, resilience for farmers, and hope to communities on the front line. We call for partnership that deliver finance, technology, and capacity building where we are most needed. We cannot solve this crisis with promises alone. We must mobilize. We cannot lead with rhetoric alone. We must deliver. We must finalize the unfinished business and fill the glaring gaps in implementation. As we accept this responsibility to host COP32, we carry the hope of the nation, the aspiration of the continent, and an urgent expectation of the world's most vulnerable. We pledge to honor this trust with an unwavering dedication and a profound sense of shared purpose. Our preparation begins today with a single and unwavering goal. COP32 in Ethiopia will be remembered not as a conference but as a covenant with our planet, a covenant with our people, a covenant with futures. We thank you for this immense honor. I invite you all to mark your calendar for 2027. I thank you. Amasagnalo, mutu, obrigado. See you in Addis. Thank you.
I see the United Republic of Tanzania. I see the United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the United Republic of Tanzania is delighted to speak on behalf of 54 parties of the African group to congratulate first Turkey and Australia for a landmark decision to host a very important COP31. In the same vein, Mr. President, on behalf of the continent, let me extend our warmest congratulations to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia on its election today as the host of COP32. This honor reflects both of Ethiopia's long-standing leadership in global climate diplomacy and the international community's confidence in Africa's capacity to convene the world's at critical moment of materialism in the climate action. Hosting COP32 on African soil once again affirms the continent's unwavering commitment to advancing the objectives of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. Africa has demonstrated its ability to stewardship the multilateral process at pivotal historical moments. We all recall Morocco, Durban, Nairobi, Sharm el-Sheikh, where successfully we led the global international community to landmark outcomes. Therefore, on behalf of the AGN, we wish to assure Ethiopia an unwavering commitment to work together to ensure that COP32 indeed becomes a landmark and a historical COP on the African soil. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanzania. I call now Malawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Malawi taking the floor on behalf of the Least Developed Countries Group. I should have congratulated Turkey on Australia first, but I'll congratulate the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia first because they are one of the 44 least developed countries, and they are the first LDC to host a COP, COP32. So congratulations to Ethiopia. LDCs have been ambitious in this process, Mr. President. We have shown leadership in many areas, and this will be the moment when an LDC co-president will demonstrate proven leadership under the presidency of Ethiopia. So congratulations once again. And secondly, let me also congratulate Turkey and Australia for agreeing on the arrangements to host COP31 jointly. Congratulations to the two, and thank you very much, Mr. Co-President. We stand ready to support the incoming two co-presidencies, 31 and 32, as the LDC group, and we will give them full support to get decisions that will also benefit the LDC's group. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Malawi. Now I give the floor to Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Turkey, as host of COP31, has the honor to introduce the draft resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of the Federative Republic of Brazil and the people of the city of Belém, contained in document FCCC/CP/2025/L7, FCCC/KP/CMP/2025/L3, FCCC/CP/2025/L4, PA/CMA/2025/L5. We would like to convey our deep appreciation to the government of Brazil and the city and the people of Belém for their warm hospitality and for the significant efforts made to host COP30 in the Amazon. We invite parties to join us in supporting this resolution and in extending our collective gratitude to our gracious host. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite the COP to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of Brazil as contained in document CP 2025/L7, CMP 2025/L3, and CMA/2025/L5. Hearing no objection, so done. I now invite the CMP to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of Brazil as contained in document CP 2025/L7, CMP/2025/L3, and CMA/2025/L5. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to adopt the resolution entitled Expression of Gratitude to the Government of Brazil as contained in document CP/2025/L.7, CMP/2025/L3, and CMA/2025/L5. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to consider agenda item 6C, National Adaptation Plans. This matter was considered under the SPI. At its plenary meeting on November 15, the SPI forwarded this matter to the COP for further guidance. I requested Antwi Boaziako Amoa of Ghana and Cassandra Molly of New Zealand to continue to facilitate the discussion. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2025/L19. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to return to agenda item United Republic of Tanzania. Would you like to take the floor?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. While we agree and accept the adoption of the NAP agenda item, we wish to express on behalf of the continent the lack of clarity on the means of implementation, in particular financial support for the implementation of NAPs. As you know, Mr. President, the National Adaptation Plan are critically important for enhancing implementation of the Paris Agreement and the Convention. And these are plans which are indeed helping countries in Africa and many other parts of the world to be able to adapt, but also live within the changing climate. It is our profound disappointment to note that the means of implementation have not been provided, and there's no clarity on how these important instruments for addressing climate change are going to be implemented without the financial support. We believe that the international community will reconsider how we have adopted this decision and ensure that in the future financial support is provided as well as other means of implementation as needed. I thank you.
Thank you. I see Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair. Pakistan would like to echo the words that the Republic of Tanzania has just raised. In the spirit of solidarity, we also agreed for the adoption of NAP. Although in our view it should go as an informal note, and in the intersessional there should have been more discussion, but just to ensure that the document is adopted as everybody else has agreed, in our view means of implementation are lacking, and adaptation is extremely important for all developing countries, especially who are feeling climate-induced disasters every year. So in our view, means of implementation are an extremely important part of NAP, and that needs to be considered and noted duly, and in further sessions that needs to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pakistan. So I invite the COP to return to agenda item 3A, report of the Substaff. At the plenary meeting of November 15, the Substaff forwarded the matter cooperation with other international organizations to the COP for further guidance. I requested Luis Andrade from my delegation to undertake consultations on my behalf. Based on these consultations, I invite the COP to adopt the draft conclusions contained in document CP/2025/L.1. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I propose to suspend the session.
Dear delegates, let us resume the session. I invite the COP to turn to agenda item 3B, report of the SBI. At its plenary meeting on the 15th of November, the SBI, under the agenda item report of the administrator of the International transaction log under the Kyoto Protocol recommended a draft decision for consideration and adoption by the CMP. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance Related to the Registry Systems under Article 7, Paragraph 4 of the Kyoto Protocol contained in document CMP/2025/L1. I hear no objection. It is so decided. I invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 4, reporting from and the review of parties included in Annex 1 to the Convention. This matter was on the agenda of the SBI. At its opening plenary, the SBI agreed to hold in abeyance its item on the compilations and the synthesis of biannual reports. And the SBI deferred consideration of the report on national greenhouse gas inventory data to SBI 64. I hear no objection. It's agreed. I invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 5, reporting from parties not included in Annex 1 to the Convention. This matter was considered under the SBI. It is at its opening plenary, the SBI agreed to hold in abeyance a sub-item on information contained in national communications. With regard to the provisions of the financial and technical support, the SBI adopted conclusions at its closing plenary on the 15th of November, including agreement to continue consideration of this matter, including the frequency of including the matter in the agenda for future sessions of SBI at SBI 64. With regard to the summary reports on the technical analysis of biannual update reports, the SBI took note of the summary reports finalized in the period of up to 3rd September 2025 and published on the UNFCCC website. With regard to the term, composition, and terms of reference of the consultative group of experts, at its plenary meeting on the 15th November, the SBI forwarded this matter to the COP for further guidance. I requested Hans Kosch from Norway and Tian Wang from China to continue to facilitate the discussion. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Term, Composition, and Terms of Reference of the consultative group of experts contained in document CP/2025/L2. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I now invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 2C, organization of work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. With regard to the term, composition, and the terms of reference of the CGE, the consultative group of experts, I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2025/L2. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I now invite the COP to turn to matters relating to finance, Agenda Item 8G, 7th review of the financial mechanism. At the first meeting of the COP, a contact group co-chaired by Ricardo Marshall from Barbados and Jory Crispek from the Netherlands was established for consideration of matters under this item. Consideration of this matter could not be completed at this session. This matter will therefore be included on the provision agenda of the next session in accordance with Rule 10C and 16 of the draft rules of procedure being applied. I invite the COP to consider sub-item 17B, decision-making in the UNFCCC process. At the first meeting of the COP, I propose that a senior member of my delegation conducts consultations. I would like to thank Lilian Chagas for her work. She informed me that parties agreed on the importance of this issue, but there continued to be divergent views. Parties agreed to continue consideration of this matter at the next session. I now invite the CMP to consider Agenda Item 5, matters relating to the Clean Development Mechanism. At the first meeting of the CMP, informal consultations co-facilitated by Aliki Mavundika from Zambia and Pia Stiensen from Norway were established for consideration of the matter under this item. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Guidance Relating to the Clean Development Mechanism contained in document CMP/2025/L4. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I now invite the CMP to turn to Agenda Item 9, a report of the Compliance Committee. At the first meeting of the CMP, informal consultations co-facilitated by Indeme from Belgium and Dian Tan from Singapore were established for consideration of this matter under this item. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision entitled Report of the Compliance Committee contained in document CMP/2025/L1. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite CMP to consider Agenda Item 11, Administrative, Financial and Institutional Matters. The matter of the budget of the International Transaction Log was considered by the SBI. At its plenary meeting on the 15th of November, the SBI forwarded this matter to the CMP for further guidance. I requested Abzeita Dijgan from Burkina Faso to facilitate consultation on this matter. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMP/2025/L5. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I invite parties to turn to COP Agenda Item 9B, linkages between the technology mechanism and the financial mechanism. It is now noted that the SBI considered this matter but could not conclude its consideration at this session. I see Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, is this our view that the outcome of the SBI does not reflect the progress made by parties this year, and therefore we request that the COP request the SBI to continue deliberation on this matter at SBI 64 on the basis of the latest draft text, so parties don't start from zero and we base the work on the good work we made this year. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I see Iraq.
Thank you, Mr. President. The group of 77 and China fully supports the intervention delivered by Chile on the this agenda item. We appreciate the clarity provided and confirm the group's agreement with the proposed way forward. Thank you.
Yeah, seeing no objections. I invite parties to turn to COP Agenda Item 9A and CMA Agenda Item 11A. Joint Annual Report of the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center and Network. It is noted that the subsidiary bodies considered this matter but could not conclude their consideration at this session. I see Chile.
Thank you very much for the floor again, Mr. President. On the same basis and reasoning that the previous agenda item, we believe that very good progress was made in this session on this agenda item, and we think parties will appreciate not starting from zero and starting from the very good draft that we managed to get by the co-facilitators this year. Therefore, we propose that the COP and the CMA, respectively, request the SBI and the SABSTA to continue deliberation on these matters at SBI 64 on the basis of the latest draft text. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chile. Iraq, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this agenda item as well, the Group of 77 and China supports the intervention delivered by Chile and confirm the group's agreement with the proposed way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair. On technology, Pakistan welcomes the strengthened mandate and long-term hosting framework of the Climate Technology Center and Network. However, we remain concerned that the technology implementation plan does not yet meet the scale of the challenge and must be strengthened in future sessions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, I'm hearing support for this proposal to request the SABSTA and the SBI to continue consideration of this matter at their 64th session in June 2026 on the basis of the latest draft text prepared at their 63rd sessions, with a footnote to be included which contains the hyperlink to the latest draft text of 13 November 2025. Can I take that the COP agrees to this proposal? Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Can I take it that the CMA agrees to this proposal? Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Thank you. I also request the SBI to continue consideration of item 9B at its 64th session in June 2026 on the basis of the draft text prepared at its 62nd session, with a footnote to be included which contains the hyperlink to the latest draft text of 23 June 2025. Can I take that the COP agrees to this proposal? Seeing no objection. Yeah. I invite the COP to consider Agenda Item 9C, and I invite the CMA to consider Agenda Item 11B, review of the functions of the Climate Technology Center. This matter was considered by the SBI. At its plenary meeting on November 15, the SBI forwarded this matter to the COP and the CMA for further guidance. I requested Tosi Mpanu of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Matthias Frumery from Sweden to facilitate the discussion. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision contained in document CP/2025/L.6. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2025/L.4. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMA to turn to Agenda Item 15A, implementation of the guidance on cooperative approaches referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. At the first meeting of the CMA, informal consultations co-facilitated by Pacifica Aking Ogola from Kenya and Per Stiamsen from Norway were established to consider matters under this sub-item. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision contained in document CMA/2025/L.12. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for providing us the floor again, Mr. President. And this is on the previous agenda item on technology. We first would like to appreciate the support by the co-facilitators in all the technology agenda items. We have to highlight that the linkage agenda item has been an important agenda item for progress in having more connections within this process between the technology mechanism and the financial mechanism. And even when we do not make a text decision agree, different organizations listen to our concerns and work on it even without the existence of a decision. So now we have to appreciate the work of UNEP and its Copenhagen Climate Center on updating a report on how the technology needs assessment by developing country parties has been financed by the operating entities of the financial mechanism. So this is the value of this agenda item because it allows to raise some concern and different parties and organizations respond to it. And this is much appreciated. We also appreciate the GEF consultation with the technology mechanism for the replenishment process and their new directions in GEF 9. We appreciate the work of the GCF Secretariat in collaborating with this mechanism, but we maintain our concern regarding the board of the GCF not reporting on all guidance as per the GCF governing instrument. The review of the CTCN for us is the highest success in this session regarding technology, and the way of work represent the best of multilateralism. We thank the presidency for our counterpart, as we believe that one of the best of the Brazilian presidency was made focal point to us, and that helped to deliver success in this agenda item. We're proud, much proud of the work with our colleagues and friends in the LDCs, the LMDCs, the Arab Group, the Small Island Developing States, the African Group, Grupo Sur, my own colleagues in ILAC, and many others. We appreciate also our counterparts, such as the European Union, for the flexibility and continued support to the CTCN as the largest donor. We also recognize Norway for acting as a dear friend to developing countries in the final hours of this agenda item. So we invite you, President, and we appreciate you also, to widely disseminate the bid for proposals for a stronger CBCN that will start in this January. Thank you very much to you and all the colleagues.
Thank you. I take note of your intervention. I now invite the CMA to turn to agenda item 15B, report of the supervisory body and guidance for the mechanism established by Article 6, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement. At the first meeting of the CMA, informal consultations co-facilitated by Kate Hancock from Australia and Sonam Tashi from Bhutan were established to consider matters under this sub-item. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Further Guidance for the Mechanism Established by Article 6, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement, contained in document CMA/2025/L.10. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMA to turn to agenda item 15C, work program under the framework for non-market approaches, referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement and in decisions 4/CMA.3. On November 10, at its opening plenary, the CMA launched informal consultations to consider matters under this sub-item. Discussions were co-facilitated by Jacqueline Rezga from New Zealand and El Hadji Mbaye Diagne from Senegal. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Work Program under the Framework for Non-Market Approaches, referred to in Article 6, Paragraph 8 of the Paris Agreement and in decisions 4/CMA.3 contained in document CMA/2025/L1. Seeing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the COP to turn to agenda item 6B and the CMA to turn to agenda item 8C, review of the progress, effectiveness and performance of the Adaptation Committee. This matter was considered under the subsidiary bodies. At their plenary meetings on 10 November, the SUBSTA and the SBI agreed to defer consideration of this matter to SB 64. I invite the CMA to turn to agenda item 9 and the COP to turn to COP agenda item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts. The CMA and the COP had before them matters related to the joint annual reports of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism and the Santiago Network, as well as the review of the Warsaw International Mechanism. I requested Cornelia Jaeger from Austria and Perpetua Latasi from Tuvalu to facilitate discussions. In addition, consultations related to the governance of the Warsaw International Mechanism were conducted by Bruno Arruda from my delegation. Noting that the time may not be ripe for resolving the issue of governance at this point, parties agreed to continue consideration of the governance at the next session. To reflect the outcome of these consultations, the decision on the joint annual report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism and the Santiago Network for 2024 has been issued as document CMA/2025/L.22. The draft decision of the joint annual report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism and the Santiago Network for 2025 is contained in document CMA/2025/L23. I now invite the CMA to adopt these draft decisions contained in documents CMA/2025/L22 and CMA/2025/L.23 for the 2024 and 25 reports, respectively. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Turning to the COP, I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision on joint annual report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism and the Santiago Network for 2024, which has been issued as document CP/2025/L.15, and the draft decision on the joint annual reports of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism and the Santiago Network for 2025, contained in document CP/2025/L.18. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Second, let us turn to the review. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft decision entitled Review of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impact, contained in document CMA/2025/L21. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Review of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impact, contained in document CP/2025/L14. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the COP to return to sub-item 2F, the CMP to return to sub-item 2C, and the CMA to return to sub-item 2C, organization of work, including for the sessions of the subsidiary bodies. I will now report back on the outcomes of the consultations undertaken by the Presidency. Consultations on special needs and special circumstances of Africa were undertaken by Pedro Brancante, a senior member of my delegation, on my behalf under the CMA. At the opening plenary, I proposed to convene Presidency consultations on this issue, with the outcome of those consultations reflected in the report on the session. As part of the understanding reached during the adoption of the agenda, I also organized a special event on Wednesday, 19 November, which was well attended. I thank delegates for their attendance and constructive exchanges. A summit under the action agenda on the special needs and special circumstances of Africa will be convened in Africa in 2027. At the consultation held in this session, parties engaged in constructive discussions but could not reach consensus on a way forward. This outcome will be reflected in the report of this session of the CMA. Regarding mountains and climate change, I appointed Pedro Brancante to also consult on my behalf under the COP. Following these consultations, I invite the COP to adopt the draft conclusions contained in document CP/2025/L.4. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I also held consultations on the enhanced engagement of local communities in the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform. Consultations on this matter were undertaken by Marco Tulio Cabral, a senior member of my delegation, on my behalf under the COP. Following these consultations, I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Enhanced Engagement of Local Communities in the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform contained in document CP/2025/L.3. Hearing Nepal.
Mr. President, Nepal appreciates your leadership in facilitating the consultation on mountains and climate change and the conclusion proposed. As climate impacts intensify and global temperature continue to rise, the urgency to respond to the unique challenge faced by the mountain region is greater than ever. We had hoped for a dedicated agenda item on mountains. Though this was not possible, we welcome agreement to hold a dialogue on mountains and climate change, including discussion on establishing an annual dialogue in conjunction with the SPs in June 26. We appreciate the constructive engagement from all parties in reaching this outcome and look forward to contributing actively to the dialogue next year. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much, Nepal. I have to gather. Following these consultations, I invite the COP to adopt the draft decision entitled Enhanced Engagement of Local Communities in the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples platform contained in document CP/2025/L.3. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Dear delegates, a high-level ministerial roundtable on pre-2030 ambition was scheduled to take place on Thursday, 20 November from 3 to 5 p.m. Due to the evacuation of the venue, the event could not be held. The Secretariat will seek to organize a roundtable after COP30. I invite the COP to turn to sub-item 2D of the agenda, election of officers other than the President, and the CMP and CMA to turn their respective agenda items to be election of additional officers. I would like to inform parties that consultations on the nominations for election have been concluded and nominations were received for election to bodies under the Convention, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. I would like to thank Vice President Sara González for conducting these consultations. I would also like to thank all chairs and coordinators of special groups and constituencies for their advice and constructive engagement in the consultations. The list of nominations received by the Secretariat is available on the UNFCCC website. I now invite the COP to elect to its Bureau the following members: As Vice Presidents, Syed Haider Shah from Pakistan, Albara Tawfiq from Saudi Arabia, Elchin Alaverdiev from Azerbaijan, Pavel Zamisliksky, Czech Republic, Sara Gonzalez, Dominican Republic, Perpetua Latazi, Tuvalu, Ursula Fuentes Rutfilte, Germany. As substitute chair, Adonia Ayebare from Uganda. As SBI chair, Julia Gardner, Australia. Regarding the rapporteur, I urge the group of African states to continue consultations on its nomination for the position of rapporteur and to transmit the nomination to the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the latest 28 February 2026. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominee will be deemed elected at COP30, CMP20 and CMA7 in accordance with established practices. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Regarding the CMP, there will be no election of an additional member of the COP Bureau. As well, all members of the Bureau elected by the COP earlier today are also parties to the Kyoto Protocol. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Did I read this? Regarding the CMA, there will be no election of an additional member of the COP Bureau, as all the members of the Bureau elected by the COP earlier today are also parties to the Paris Agreement. Hearing no objection, it is so decided. I would like to congratulate the members of the Bureau on their election. I would also like to express appreciation for the previous Bureau members whose guidance and leadership have enabled progress, particularly with regard to the organization and the work of the conference. Seeing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the COP to return to the following agenda items. Item 6A, Report of the Adaptation Committee. Item 7, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impact. Item 8B, Matters relating to the Standing Committee on Finance. Item 9A, Joint Annual Report of the Technology Executive Committee and the Climate Technology Center and Network. And item 10, matters related to capacity building. I invite the COP to elect the members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations: the Adaptation Committee, the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage, the Advisory Body of the Santiago Network, the Standing Committee on Finance, the Technology Executive Committee, the CT and CN Advisory Board, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. I also invite the COP to take note of the appointments of members of the consultative group of experts, the Katowice Committee of Experts, the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, and the LCIPP Facilitative Working Group. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I now invite the CMP to return to the following agenda items. Agenda item 5, matters related to clean development mechanism. Agenda item 7, matters relating to the Adaptation Fund. And agenda item 9, report of the Compliances Committee. I invite the CMP to elect the members and alternate members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations. The Clean Development Mechanism Executive Board, the Adaptation Fund Board, the Kyoto Protocol Compliance Committee, and I now invite the CMA to return to the following agenda items. Agenda item 9, Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts. Agenda item 15B, report on the supervisory body and guidance for the mechanism established by Article 6, paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement. Agenda item 16, matters relating to the committee to facilitate implementation and promote compliance referred to in Article 15, paragraph 2 of the Paris Agreement. I invite the CMA to elect the members and alternate members of the following bodies as contained in the list of nominations. The Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage, the Advisory Body of the Santiago Network, Article 6.4 Supervisory Body, and the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee. I would like to congratulate the members of these bodies on their election. I would also like to thank all the outgoing members for their commitment and hard work that has ensured the success of the work of these bodies. I note that there are nominations outstanding for these bodies. I invite groups and constituencies to continue consultations and submit the outstanding nominations for the Secretariat as soon as possible and by the February 28, 2026 at the latest. Once received by the Secretariat, the nominees will be deemed elected at COP30, CMP20 and CMA7 in accordance with established practice. May I take it that the COP agrees to this proposal? Hearing no objection, it is so decided. May I take that the CMP agrees to this proposal? Hearing no objections, it is so decided. May I take it that the CMA agrees to this proposal? Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Dear delegates, dear colleagues, before we turn to our final agenda items, I would like to acknowledge that at this COP of implementation, the Global Climate Action Agenda has played a vital role. The COP29 and COP30 presidencies and our climate high-level champions, Dan Yoshpi and Nigar Arpadarai, worked hand in hand. 482 voluntary initiatives created over the last 10 years, gathering 190 countries, tens of thousands of businesses, investors, subnational governments, and civil society organizations answered our call to rally behind the implementation of the global stocktake and are delivering on their promises. Together, in cooperation with all stakeholders at this COP, we are accelerating the implementation of 117 solutions worldwide. Building on the legacy of past presidencies and two champions, we offer a structured 5-year vision for the global climate action agenda that is fit for purpose for implementation. We recognize the parties and non-party stakeholders who welcomed this vision during the Global Climate Action high-level event and today where we publish we recognize the parties and non-party stakeholders who welcomed this vision during the Global Climate Action high-level event, and today we publish a report of all feedback received during the event and all announcements of results, renewed pledges and plans presented at this COP as a demonstration of how collaboration and the Mutirão spirit can deliver. Dear delegates, I invite the COP to turn to item 19, the CMP to turn to item 13, and the CMA to turn to item 19, other matters. Would parties like to raise any other matters regarding the COP? I see no requests for the floor. Thank you. Would parties like to raise any other matters regarding Brazil?
Obrigada, senhor presidente, excelências, senhoras e senhores. Hoje estamos terminando a jornada desta COP30. Agradeço e parabenizo o embaixador André Corrêa do Lago, a querida Anatone e a toda a equipe da presidência pelo importante e dedicado trabalho de liderança desse complexo processo. E ao Simon Steele e à equipe do secretariado pela organização e grandes esforços. Gostaria de congratular a Austrália, Turquia e Etiópia pela decisão deste plenário de que estes países amigos presidirão a COP31 e 32. Junto com meu colega, embaixador Maurício Lírio, e em nome do governo e do povo brasileiro, fazemos votos de sucesso nesta nobre iniciativa. Se pudéssemos voltar ao tempo e conversar com nós mesmos na Rio 92, o que aquelas versões de nós nos diriam ao olhar para os resultados de hoje? Certamente nos diriam, antes de tudo, que sonhávamos com muito mais resultados, que esperávamos que a virada ambiental seria mais rápida, que a ciência seria suficiente para mover decisões, que a urgência falaria mais alto do que qualquer outro interesse. E olhando para o resultado que alcançamos e para o grande e grave problema que temos que enfrentar, provavelmente repetiríamos as palavras do presidente Lula. Abro aspas. Estou convencido de que, apesar das nossas dificuldades e contradições, precisamos de mapas do caminho para, de forma justa e planejada, reverter o desmatamento, superar a dependência dos combustíveis fósseis e mobilizar os recursos necessários para esses objetivos. Fecho aspas. em que pese ainda não ter sido possível o consenso para que esse fundamental chamado entrasse entre as decisões dessa COP, tenho certeza de que o apoio que recebeu de muitas partes e da sociedade fortalece o compromisso da atual presidência de se dedicar para elaborar 2 mapas do caminho. Um sobre deter e reverter o desmatamento, outro sobre a transição para longe dos combustíveis fósseis de maneira justa, ordenada e equitativa. Ambos serão guiados pela ciência e serão inclusivos. Senhoras e senhores, realizamos essa COP no coração da Amazônia. Demos um passo relevante no reconhecimento do papel dos povos indígenas, comunidades tradicionais e afrodescendentes. Transição justa ganhou corpo e voz na presença desses segmentos. Lançamos o TFFF, um mecanismo inovador que valoriza aqueles que conservam e mantêm as florestas tropicais. O texto do Mutirão Global abriu uma porta importante para o avanço da adaptação, com o compromisso dos países desenvolvidos de triplicarem o financiamento até 2035. Esse esforço inclui também instrumentos para o endereçarmos a lacuna de ambição das NDCs como o acelerador global de implementação. Reforçou o alinhamento das NDCs com políticas de desenvolvimento e investimento e reconheceu a necessidade de reformular o financiamento internacional para mitigação. 122 partes apresentaram suas contribuições nacionalmente determinadas, com compromissos em reduzir emissões até 2035. Faltam outras partes, mas esses resultados são ganhos fundamentais para o multilateralismo climático. Serão necessários muito mais esforços para honrarmos a missão 1.5 que assumimos na COP28 em Dubai. Nos instrumentos globais para adaptação, também tivemos progressos. Embora haja desafios, pela primeira vez temos um rol de indicadores globais de adaptação que certamente precisam de aperfeiçoamento e de serem ampliados. Enfim, progredimos, ainda que modestamente. Amigos e amigas, voltando ao nosso encontro com nós mesmos, creio que podemos mostrar hoje que, apesar dos atrasos, das contradições e das disputas, há uma continuidade entre aquela ambição da Rio 92 e o esforço presente. Que continuemos capazes de cooperar, de aprender e de reconhecer que não há atalhos e que a coragem para enfrentar a crise climática é resultado da persistência e esforço coletivo. Mas mesmo que aquelas versões de nós mesmos nos dissesse que não fomos tão longe quanto imaginávamos e seria necessário, reconheceria que algo fundamental, ainda estamos aqui, e que sigamos persistindo no compromisso de empreender a jornada necessária para superar nossas diferenças e contradições no urgente enfrentamento da mudança do clima. Muito obrigada por visitarem a nossa casa, o coração do planeta. Talvez não tenhamos recebido como vocês merecem, mas recebemos da forma como nós achamos que é o nosso gesto de amor à humanidade e ao equilíbrio do planeta. Muito obrigada.
Dear delegates, would any other party like to raise any other matter? The United Republic of Tanzania. Please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. May I make my statement after the G7 and China, please? Thank you.
Thank you. No, we will come to statements later on. So if this is not to raise another matter, I don't see any request for the floor. Thank you. I now invite the COP to turn to item 20 and the CMP to turn to item 14 and the CMA to turn to item 20. Conclusion of the session. I would now like to invite the Deputy Executive Secretary, Noura Hamlaji, to provide us with a preliminary assessment of the resource implications of decisions adopted by the COP, the CMP and the CMA here in Belém. Noura, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Activities negotiated at these sessions of the COP, CMP and CMA call for more support by the Secretariat and require additional resources over and above requirements stated in the work program for the biennium 2026-2027. Under COP Agenda Item 2F, €141,000 will be required in 2026. Under Joint COP Agenda Item 7 and CMA Agenda Item 9, €727,000 will be required in 2026 and the same amount in 2027. Under Joint COP Agenda Item 9C and CMA Agenda Item 11B, €50,000 will be required in 2026 and same amount in 27. Under Joint COP Agenda Item 12, CMP Agenda Item 8 and CMA Agenda Item 14, €331,000 will be required in 2026 and same amount in 27. Under COP Agenda Item 14, €121,000 will be required in 2026 and €151,000 in 27. Under CMA Agenda Item 2C, and as part of the multi-round decisions, €2.4 million will be required in 26 and same amount in 27. Under CMA Agenda Item 5, €967,000 will be required in 26. Under CMA Agenda Item 6, an amount of €71,000 will be required in 2026. Under CMA Agenda Item 7, €779,000 will be required in 26 and same amount in 27. Under CMA Agenda Item 8A, €551,000 will be required in 2026 and €507,000 in 27. Under CMA Agenda Item 10A, an amount of €33,000 will be required in 27. Under CMA Agenda Item 10G, an amount of €158,000 will be required both in 26 and 27. Under CMA Agenda Item 10H and CMA Agenda Items 4A and 4B, 354,000 euros will be required in 26 and 89,000 in 27. Under CMA Agenda Item 11C, an amount of 269,000 euros will be required in 26 and 497 euros in 27. Under CMA Agenda Items 15C, 175,000 euros will be required in 26. Requested activities under the aforementioned items fall under Category 3, being temporary or short-term in nature, except CMA items 10G, 11C, and 15C, which include Category 2, recurring or long-term activities. All estimated amounts are preliminary and based on information currently available. The Secretariat counts on the parties to provide supplementary funding for these activities in a timely and in a predictable manner, as without such contribution, the Secretariat will not be able to provide the mandated support in a timely manner. Costs for 28-29 will be reviewed in the context of the budget preparation for that biennium. I thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Noura. Dear delegates, the draft report of the COP at this session is contained in document CP/2025/L5. I invite the COP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. The draft report of the CMP at this session is contained in document CMP/2025/L2. I invite the CMP to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. The draft report of the CMA at this session is contained in document CMA/2025/L3. I invite the CMA to adopt the draft report on the understanding that the rapporteur, with the assistance of the Secretariat, will complete the report and make it available to all parties. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. I declare this meeting of the COP adjourned. I declare this meeting of the CMP adjourned. I declare this meeting of the CMA adjourned. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, I declare open the joint 7th meeting of the COP, the 7th meeting of the CMP, and the 7th meeting of the CMA. Distinguished delegates, welcome to the joint plenary to hear the statements from groups of parties and observers. But first, it is my pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary to address the plenary. Simon, you have the floor.
Excellencies, you got me. Excellencies, colleagues, dear friends, we knew this COP would take place in stormy political waters. Denial, division, and geopolitics has dealt international cooperation some heavy blows this year. But friends, COP30 showed that climate cooperation is alive and kicking, keeping humanity in the fight for a livable planet with a firm resolve to keep 1.5 within reach. I'm not saying we're winning the climate fight, but we're undeniably still in it, and we are fighting back. Here in Belém, nations chose unity, science, and economic common sense. This year, there's been a lot of attention on one country stepping back. But amid the gale-force political headwinds, 194 countries stood firm in solidarity, rock solid in the support of climate cooperation. 194 countries representing billions of people have said in one voice that the Paris Agreement is working and resolved to make it go further and faster. We see progress in a new agreement on just transition, signaling that building climate resilience and the clean economy must also be fair, with every nation and every person able to share in its vast benefits. We see it in the agreement to triple adaptation finance, ensuring more countries have the support they need, even as climate disasters wreck lives and slam into global supply chains on which every economy depends. For the first time, 194 nations said in unison the global transition to low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilience is irreversible and the trend of the future. 194 nations agreed this word by word because it is the truth, backed up by investment flows into renewables and now double fossil fuels. This is a political and market signal that cannot be ignored. In this new era, we must bring our process closer to the real economy, to deliver concrete results faster and spread the benefits to billions more people. At COP30, through the action agenda, that is exactly what we did. $1 trillion for clean grids, hundreds of millions of hectares of forests, land, and oceans protected or restored. Over 400 million people becoming more resilient, and many more. These achievements are not a sideshow. They are real-world progress on the things billions of people care about most. Outside these halls, billions are asking basic questions. Will there be enough food for my family? Will I be able to pay my fuel bill? Will my child breathe clean air? Are the people and places I love, will they be safe from the next flood, fire, or storm? This COP has started to deliver on these everyday concerns, not perfectly, not fast enough, but concretely. Markets are moving and a new economy is rising. The old polluting economy is running out of road. But disinformation is trying to keep it alive. Its impacts run deep. It has distorted the political landscape. It obscures the experiences of people around the world living under severe personal strain. The multiple effects of climate change fuel fear. Disinformation then weaponizes it. So as climate pressures push up prices, economies destabilize and communities are put under strain. Disinformation actors are opportunistic. They exploit that anxiety. Everything is blamed except the real cause. A COP of truth is fighting back. It also means we must also be realistic. Many countries wanted to move faster on fossil fuels, finance, and responding to spiraling climate disasters. I understand that frustration, and many of those I share myself. But let's not ignore how far this COP has moved us forward. With or without navigation aids, our direction is clear. The shift from fossil fuels to renewables and resilience is unstoppable. We've committed to speeding up the full implementation of national climate plans and to strive to do better collectively and cooperatively, together with the action agenda driving forward this acceleration. For 2 weeks each year, COP brings climate to the top of the agenda. As we leave here, our job is to keep it there for another 50. We've now seen the indigenous word for a collective effort, mutual, in action. We need to carry the spirit of mutual that has won out here at COP30. And for that, I thank the Presidency, the people of Brazil, my colleagues at the Secretariat, and all of you. I thank you. Obrigado.
Thank you, Simon. Now, dear colleagues, we will begin with statements from groups of parties. And after hearing statements from groups, the floor will be open for statements from individual parties, followed by statements from the observers. I encourage groups of parties, individual parties, and observers to keep their statements succinct and within the respective time limit. In the interest of time, I kindly remind delegations that the full text of any statements can be posted on the submission portal. You will hear a bell when you have used up the time allotted for your statement. Additionally, in line with the practice of other UN bodies and to ensure the smooth conduct of the meeting, microphones will be automatically turned off when the allotted time is exceeded. So I appeal to parties to please stay in the room while the observers deliver their statements. I will now invite statements from the 4 groups with non-overlapping membership. I encourage you to keep your statement to a maximum of 5 minutes. I now invite the delegation of Iraq to deliver a statement on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Iraq, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Due to time constraints, I will deliver a shortened version of our statement. The full version will be transmitted to the Secretariat for the record. Madam President, the Group of G77 and China thanks the COP presidency for your leadership and great efforts in delivering successful outcomes at COP30. We also thank the SB chairs, co-chairs, and co-facilitators of agenda items, UNFCCC Secretariat, and all colleagues for their hard work. Without your immense efforts, we wouldn't have been able to achieve outcomes that define the scope. Scaling up climate finance in accordance with the principles and provisions of the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement forms the core of the priorities for the group. It is important to enable the provision and mobilization of finance for developing countries at the necessary scale and quality, while addressing the systemic disenablers of climate finance. The group highlights the importance of adaptation and the need for means of implementation for adaptation action, especially the tripling adaptation finance and its inclusion in the COP30 outcomes. We celebrate the establishment of the Just Transition Mechanism as a historic milestone in our collective journey under the Convention and Paris Agreement. For developing countries, this achievement is more than an institutional step. It is a symbol of hope, solidarity, and the promise that the international community will stand together to ensure that no nation and no community is left behind. We urge that this mechanism be swiftly operationalized at the next conference of the parties so that its vision can be translated into tangible support for those most in need. In doing so, we honor our joint commitment to a just and equitable transitions that safeguards both people and our planet for generations to come. On GST, the group looks forward to the launch of the second GST under Article 14 of the Paris Agreement in November 2026. The group also looks forward to the constructive conversations that will take place among parties and other stakeholders under the agreed scope and modalities for the UAE dialogue and the annual GST dialogue. On loss and damage, the group welcomes the decision on the third WIM review and thanks the Presidency for their leadership in steering the negotiations to a successful conclusion, and all our partners for the spirit of solidarity and the flexibility shown. On transparency, we welcome the decisions we have made here in Belém, which have established the consultative group of experts as a permanent body and established a 3-year program of activities with an initial list to be implemented in 2026. To meet the expectations of Article 13, Paragraph 1, we call on developed country parties to provide the much-needed support for the CGE to fulfill its mandate and for the Secretariat to implement the 3-year program of activities starting within the initial list. On technology, the true breakthrough here lies in the Climate Technology Center and Network. By agreeing on new functions and hosting criteria, we have made this center fit for the climate challenge. We call United Nations organizations and the international institutions, including financial and technology institutions, to bid to host this enhanced Climate Technology Center and Network. The group looks forward to operationalizing the 2026-2030 work plan on the framework and its KCI and activities of the forum for next year. We welcome the recommendations by the KCI annual report. On capacity building, we welcome the consensus reached among parties on both the annual technical progress report on the parties on the Paris commitment and the terms of reference of the 5th comprehensive review of the framework of capacity building for developing countries under the Kyoto Protocol. Further, the group of G77 and China appreciates the adoption of the new Gender Action Plan. However, it also leaves a critical pending task: securing strengthened financing and means of implementation to ensure that plan can be effectively delivered. Madam President, the COP has been a memorable
Thank you for your statement. I now invite the European Union to deliver a statement. Denmark, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I make this statement on behalf of the EU and its member states. And allow me first to thank President Lula, Maria, Andrei, and Tony for your hospitality and leadership under this conference here in Belém. The truth is clear. We are not on track avoiding 1.5 degrees. We are losing sight of it. 1.5 is not an abstract number. It is storms that do not wait, droughts that do not negotiate, and livelihoods already slipping away. Here in Belém, in the middle of the Amazon, we have witnessed our dependency on nature. You brought us rain, heat, and even fire. Science clearly tells us that global emissions must decline much faster, much faster. Europe is doing its part. We hope Belém could give us a global response to accelerate ambition and action and show how we will close the gap to 1.5. The package in front of us, to some extent, is a missed opportunity. Nevertheless, the EU will not stand in the way of this package. Because an extra effort is needed to adapt to climate change, as the world's largest provider of climate finance, the EU stands shoulder to shoulder with the poorest and most vulnerable. And the EU welcomes the agreement on scaling up adaptation finance. The decisions also allow us to continue work on the energy transition, including the transition away from fossil fuels. Global action must happen with continued respect for human rights, the rights of indigenous people, equity, and the rights of women and girls. Finally, the EU looks very much forward to engaging in shaping the roadmap for transition away from fossil fuels and the roadmap for forests that can hopefully turn into a lasting legacy of Belém. Thank you very much, Brazil.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite the Environmental Integrity Group to deliver a statement. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I speak on behalf of the IG. At the outset, I would just like to express my thanks to all delegates from Latin America. Over the last 2 weeks, we appreciated once more your professionalism, your commitment and your friendships. I would like to thank you very much for hosting us in your beautiful continent. The beauty of the United Nations is that we are coming from all regions of the world. We represent the group EIG that comes from 4 regions. And the key is that we treat each other with respect for constructive cooperation. That is why our group supports efforts to ensure that our code of conduct is implemented. Madam Chair, 10 years ago we set a vision to guide the global response to the climate crisis. Today we see that the Paris Agreement is working. Temperature scenarios have declined and global renewable energy capacity has grown rapidly. The past decade brought major geopolitical shifts, yet we, the parties to the Paris Agreement, have continued to gather and agree on important decisions, including the Montreal decision. We welcome this strong sign of unity and thank the Brazilian COP presidency for its leadership. At the same time, the NDC synthesis report shows significant ambition and implementation gaps. We know we are not on track for 1.5, and we have to increase climate action drastically. We endorse the Belém Mission 1.5 and the Global Implementation Accelerator to enable us to keep 1.5 within reach and to guide implementation of the GSD outcome. With the Adaptation Finance decision, we have reaffirmed the NCQG and taken an important step towards supporting the most vulnerable. But key elements are still missing. As the body meant to manage emissions, we still lack a formal space to discuss NDCs 10 years after the Paris Agreement. And 2 years after committing to halting deforestation and forest degradation and to transitioning away from fossil fuels, we need to better understand how to manage these transitions in a manner that is just and informed by science. We very much welcome the leadership of Brazil in launching the roadmaps on forest and fossil fuels. A short, brief reflection on some other decisions. We appreciate the decision on 2.1c, which will help us to better align financial flows with low-emission, climate-resilient development. On the mitigation work programme, DIG has been advocating for an ambitious outcome on forest and waste, here at the first COP in the Amazon. And we look forward to reflecting with all of you during this review next year on how the process can best support our implementation efforts. On the just transition, we welcome the inclusion of reference to 1.5, the GST, human rights and gender, and look forward to crafting together an effective new mechanism. On gender, we recognize the inclusion of crucial aspects like care, violence against women, and reference to all women and girls in the Belém Gender Action Plan. Although we regret that references to human rights were not included, we will keep advancing on strengthening a comprehensive instrument. Finally, we must ensure that all our work remains firmly evidence-based and that we uphold the integrity of science as the foundation of our decisions. Once again, we would like to congratulate the Presidency and the Secretariat for your tireless efforts, and we all thank you for your warm welcome in Belém.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. I now invite the Umbrella Group to deliver a statement. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I speak on behalf of the Umbrella Group of countries. And the Umbrella Group thanks Brazil for your leadership in the spirit of the Mitigation in this important 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. The Mitigation has reminded us of significant progress and successes in the last 10 years, including reducing the projected global warming from 4 degrees to potentially 2.3 to 2.5, setting the world on an irreversible path to net zero and igniting the global clean energy transition with immense economic opportunities. But at the same time, it's made clear that significant work remains ahead of us to close the gap to 1.5. So in this regard, we welcome the establishment of the Belém mission to 1.5 and the Global Implementation Accelerator to help drive implementation, cooperation and investment in climate action. We do remain concerned about the unwillingness to take forward the implementation of the global stocktake. This was a landmark outcome that charts the path towards achieving the goals of Paris and keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. We cannot backslide. We are gravely concerned about attempts to undermine the science. We welcome the reconfirmation of the IPCC's status as the best available science and its critical work in informing action and policy making. Adaptation and adaptation finance are important, and we recognise the call to accelerate adaptation finance, reflecting significant and growing impacts of climate change and the needs of developing countries. We also take note of the set of indicators to track progress towards the global goal on adaptation. These will help assess collective progress, including for the next global stocktake. But at the same time, some of them are not formulated in a way that would best support our work. While we are disappointed about the outcomes under the Mitigation Work Programme, we do recognise the need to make progress. Halting and reversing deforestation is critical to our mitigation efforts, and this should have been recognised. We welcome the key messages on forests and wastes and look forward to a substantive evolution of the work programme next year. We welcome the agreement of the Technology Implementation Programme and the review of CTC to further promote technology development and transfer from 2026. The successful extension of the consultative group of experts at this session will enhance its role in implementation of the Paris Enhanced Transparency Framework. We're heartened by the strong outcomes on Article 6 and the agreement to wind down the Clean Development Mechanism. This will benefit the implementation of Article 6.4 and help provide ongoing revenue streams for the Adaptation Fund. We welcome the conclusion of the review of the WIM as an important signal of parties' commitment and cooperation to avert, minimise and address loss and damage. And we welcome the further strengthening of the Just Transition Work Programme, although we are disappointed with the minimal progress on taking forward the GST outcomes. We affirm the link between just transitions and 1.5 degrees and express our concern with the error in the formulation of the CBDR. We look forward to the implementation of the new Gender Action Plan. Gender-responsive approaches lead to equitable long-term outcomes and can drive ambitious climate action. We thank the Government of Brazil for hosting COP30 in Belém. We thank the people of Belém for their very warm welcome, including the friendly volunteers. We look forward to next year's COP in Turkey as they take on the global climate leadership role, with Australia taking the role of President of the negotiations. This arrangement shows what we can achieve by working together. The Umbrella Group stands ready to help make it a success. President, we thank you for your personal leadership and that of President Delago and your dedication of your team, including Anatoni, to deliver these significant outcomes in our shared fight against climate change.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. Distinguished delegates, I will now open the floor for statements from other groups. And please, again, be succinct and keep within the maximum of 5 minutes. I now invite Colombia to deliver a statement on behalf of ILAC. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidente. Colombia tiene el honor de hablar en nombre de ILAC. Nos alineamos con el G77 y China. Llegamos a Belén con un profundo sentido de responsabilidad y la firme convicción de que la COP30 podía y debía ser un punto de inflexión. Llegamos con la conciencia de que esta sería la COP de la implementación y de la ambición, una COP que se celebra en la Amazonía, el pulmón del planeta, de enorme biodiversidad y hogar de pueblos indígenas, comunidades locales y pueblos afrodescendientes. Agradecemos la generosidad del gobierno y del pueblo brasilero que nos recibió en Belém do Pará. El año 2024 fue el más cálido del que se tiene registro y el propio secretario general de las Naciones Unidas ha reconocido que sobrepasar el límite de 1.5 será inevitable. Estamos cruzando un límite que ha sido ahora reconocido tanto por la mejor ciencia disponible del IPCC como por la opinión consultiva de la Corte Internacional de Justicia, la cual subraya obligaciones de los Estados para proteger los derechos humanos frente a los impactos climáticos. El efecto de los aumentos de temperatura se sienten en las comunidades de Latinoamérica, quienes sufren sequías, incendios, inundaciones, desplazamiento climático de manera cada vez más frecuente e intensa. Estimados colegas, hay algunos principios de la Convención que son nombrados con mucha frecuencia en estas salas. Esta vez permítanos recordar cómo inicia el primer principio de la Convención Marco de Naciones Unidas para el Cambio Climático. Las partes deberán proteger el sistema climático en beneficio de las generaciones presentes y futuras. ILAC, señoras y señores, está acá por los niños, las niñas y las generaciones venideras. Participamos con la mayor urgencia y de buena fe en las negociaciones. Lamentamos que un asunto de procedimiento haya complejizado nuestras discusiones del día de hoy. Este proceso necesita total transparencia y claridad sobre los artículos 23 y 34 del borrador de reglas de procedimiento y la seguridad de que de ahora en adelante la práctica de dar por aprobadas decisiones no consensuadas termina. Sucedió en el NCQG en Bakú, sucedió en Belén. Respecto a lo sustantivo, en términos generales esperábamos un resultado más contundente en ambición, incluyendo la mitigación, el financiamiento climático y la adaptación. Las brechas y lo lejos que estamos de lograrlo son conocidas por todos. Necesitamos avanzar de manera más decidida y con sentido de urgencia para no defraudar a nuestras comunidades cada vez más vulnerables y que claman por una acción climática coherente, decidida y ambiciosa en esta década crítica. Reconocemos algunos avances. Triplicar el financiamiento para la adaptación es importante. Lamentablemente no es del todo claro cuánto vendrá de los países desarrollados y se postergó el cumplimiento a 2035. Esto representa un avance limitado. Esperamos que el escalamiento anunciado se dé de manera acelerada. No hay tiempo que perder. Avanzar en perfeccionar la transparencia en las comunicaciones bienales de los países desarrollados bajo el artículo 9.5, incluyendo elementos del NCQG. Colegas, como ILAC, hemos sostenido con firmeza que una transición justa exige claridad de rumbo, integridad y total transparencia. La transición lejos de los combustibles fósiles debe ser un proceso justo, ordenado, equitativo y auténtico, no diluido, no diferido. Debe sustentarse en una redistribución efectiva de recursos hacia las comunidades, los trabajadores y las economías limpias del futuro y, sobre todo, debe estar habilitada por financiamiento adecuado. Si bien celebramos la adopción de un mecanismo para transiciones justas, persisten interrogantes esenciales sobre su gobernanza y los elementos que asegurarán su efectividad y credibilidad. Debemos reconocer un logro que nos da esperanza, la adopción del Plan de Género de Belém. Representa un paso fundamental para desmantelar barreras, fortalecer la justicia climática y afirmar el papel indispensable de las mujeres y las niñas en la construcción de un futuro resiliente y equitativo. Su adopción es más que una victoria procedimental, es una señal política de que incluso en tiempos complejos la unidad es posible alrededor de los principios de equidad, dignidad y derechos humanos. Nuestro último y urgente llamado es a enfocarnos en las transformaciones urgentes que requiere el mundo. La razón, la ambición, la cooperación, la solidaridad y la responsabilidad deben ser el corazón de este proceso.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite India to speak on behalf of LNDC. India, you have the floor.
We thank you very much, Madam President, for your and your team's tireless efforts to make this COP a success. We thank you for your leadership, transparency, and the conduct of process. We also take this opportunity to thank the government of Brazil for the extremely swift response to the fire incident that took place. You've ensured our well-being and provided us a space for all of us here in Belém. We have had some hard fights here, and there have been some gains, especially on the just transition mechanism, which will enable the just transition for developing countries. Although we did not get a work program to just focus on the implementation of Article 9.1, we believe that we have managed to secure some space to discuss the very important provision of finance from the developed countries. The same is the case in relation to the unilateral trade measures. We are glad there's a space, at least, now to discuss trade and climate linkages. You've also made some progress on the global goal on adaptation. As we continue to journey on our implementation path, we, as developing countries representing over half of the world's population, would also like to tell the world that we have faced immense roadblocks from our partners in this COP on issues that are of critical importance to all of us. We would have finished the COP on time, Madam President, but for the continued resistance on our agreement to deliver on adaptation finance. We regret that there have been efforts to dilute the provisions of the adaptation finance from year 2030 to 2035. Adaptation is not a choice for developing countries, and providing adaptation finance is a legal obligation of the developed countries. But over the past 14 years in huddles, we have seen attempts to dilute legal obligations on adaptation finance. Instead, we have seen requests for proposals that change the architecture of the Paris Agreement and infringe on national sovereignties. We have repeatedly heard some of our partners demand decisions that would overturn the architecture of the Paris Agreement. At a time when we need to save multilateralism, such attempts are indeed disturbing. Demanding inclusion of non-negotiated items on the last 2 days of COP does not engender trust. In the 20-odd hours we negotiated last night, we heard calls for annual NDC enhancement without any consideration of the burden of both reporting and preparing NDCs that would be put on developing countries. Yet, Madam President, we must state that the LMDCs have the highest climate ambition and also implementation in this room, despite our low historical responsibility and capabilities. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said of those who seem to be the most vocal on advocating the transitioning away from fossil fuels. We heard this COP is a mitigation COP in some of the consultation, but for the developing countries, it is intrinsically tied to development. Adaptation is our priority. Our regime is not mitigation-centric. We have all signed on to the Paris Agreement, where it is sufficiently clear that the developed countries must take the lead and provide, we repeat, provide means of implementation support to developing countries. Even with our challenges, we as developing countries are already doing more than our fair share. The facts remain that our developing countries eradicating poverty, ensuring energy security, and achieving sustainable development remains our overriding priority. As we celebrate 10 years of Paris Agreement and 33 years of the Convention, it is a request to the partners, through you, to implement that we have agreed to not shift the goalposts, to not infringe on the policy space of developing countries, and to stop diluting equity and CBDR as our cornerstone principles. We have made several compromises, but we are in the spirit of mutual here. For any mutual, for any collective to deliver, there must be respect, empathy, trust, and principles. Principles of equity, leaving no one behind and offering a level playing field. We have resisted many attempts to break the spirit, to dilute the principles in every topic under negotiation. Going forward, we hope the spirit of mutual prevails. We thank you, Madam President. As we go into another twilight, I'm a member of Dylan Thomas. Let us not gently go into the midnight. Let us rage against the dying of the light, and we mean the means of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite Honduras to speak on behalf of the Coalition of Rainforest Nations. Honduras, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, Honduras has the honor to speak on behalf of the Coalition for Rainforest Nations. Let me begin by aligning our remarks with that made by the distinguished delegation of Iraq on behalf of Group 77 and China. Mr. President, at the outset, let me congratulate you, your team, the Secretariat, and all parties for the effort and achievement here in Belém. Mr. President, the sign is clear. Without forests, there is no 1.5, there is no Plan B, and there is no future for humanity. Mr. President, mindful about being in the heart of the Amazonia, we emphasize the importance of reversing global deforestation in accordance with Article 5 of the Paris Agreement. We are happy to see this as a key priority reflected with the multi-route and also the mitigation section. Further, we welcome your initiative to launch the roadmap to reversing deforestation by 2030 in accordance with Article 5. Under your leadership of the Presidency, this is a historic reform. We applaud your leadership. Mr. President, as we celebrate 10 years of implementation of the Paris Agreement, we emphasize that Article 5 is already being implemented with speed and scale. Rainforest nations have achieved 14 gigatons of reductions, and we are only beginning. National scale implementation eliminates the risk of displacement of emissions and reduce permanent risks. The need national accounting for all sectors, as the project-based approach is not fit for purpose at this time in our battle against climate change. Mr. President, we stress the importance of high-integrity carbon markets for forests. International carbon market mechanisms must be harnessed Article 5 and 6.2 verified UNFCCC REP Plus ITMOS, including robust safeguards if we are to meet our global climate goals. In closing, we would like to state once again that our coalition is ready and determined to continue our journey together and stay by the side of all parties that want to focus on implementation. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Brazil, and thank you to the people of Belém. You truly made us feel at home.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite Palau to speak on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. Palau, you have the floor.
Madam President, Palau has the honor to make this statement on behalf of the 39 members of the Alliance of Small Island States. We align with the remarks delivered by Iraq on behalf of G77 and China. Madam President, AOCs came to Belém with a clear expectation that COP30, the cup of truth, held in the heart of the Amazon, a place that symbolizes both the fragility of our shared planet and the power of our collective stewardship, would chart a decisive path to safeguard the most vulnerable, keep 1.5 degrees C within reach, and provide developing countries with the support necessary to address the climate crisis, to protect our people and our homes. The material outcomes that not measure up to our legitimate expectation for an outcome that gives us hope for our people. Instead, it represents the result of our best efforts in this context of a very challenging geopolitical environment. We see some elements that point a way forward for enhancing our collective ambition and accelerating implementation in this critical decade. It is on this basis we agreed to accept this difficult compromise. However, we are compelled to say that like so many, we share our grave concerns and disappointment with the GCA decision and the associated set of indicators. Madam President, we acknowledge the warm welcome in Belém and the strong efforts of you and your stellar team working in the spirit of Mutirao. We also deeply appreciate the work of the SP chairs, the co-chairs and co-facilitators of agenda items, and the Secretariat here at COP30. We are pleased with the transparency with which you operated in your inclusive process. This has been a challenging COP, but through the willingness of parties to engage with each other with respect and openness, we have kept our multilateral agenda on course. We recognize that we did not get everything we wanted at this COP, but we also know that this is the nature of our processes, and we continue to move forward together in solidarity towards what science requires, what justice demands, and what our people deserve. Madam President, we are not on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, as science, justice, and equity demand. The recent International Court of Justice advisory opinion also reaffirmed the 1.5 degree temperature limit as a legal limit. We called for a space here at COP to discuss how to get us back on track towards 1.5 degrees. This is vital, not just for small islands, but for all of us. In this sense of global Mutirao decision, it is important outcome, although a very imperfect one. We are committed to ensuring that this implementation significantly advances our work to limit the amount and duration of any potential overshoot of the critical 1.5 limit. Your Presidency's determination to take on board these very difficult issues, particularly in our current geopolitical situation, was courageous. Madam President, we welcome the important work concluded here at COP30, including on RSO, the WIM review, the CTCN, and on the Technology Implementation Program, and markets, gender and action plan, just transition, capacity building, and finance, particularly for adaptation. Madam President, we know our outcomes at COP30 were not perfect. We remain deeply concerned that the mitigation work program has been failing to deliver on the mandate to scale up ambition and implementation in this critical decade in a manner that complements the GST. GCA indicators were key deliverables from this COP. However, we must raise our concern with the GCA indicator package. We recognize the difficult geopolitical context in which this COP took place and recognize the progress we have made. We know that collectively we all need to do more to achieve our Paris Agreement temperature goal to 1.5 degrees. I thank you.
Thank you, Palau, for your statement. I now invite Kyrgyzstan to speak on behalf of the Mountain Group. Kyrgyzstan, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, colleagues, the Mountain Group expresses its gratitude to the COP30 presidency and all parties for the inclusive and constructive spirit of this conference. We appreciate Brazilian presidency for the dedicated consultations held on mountains and climate change and the openness with which delegation engage on these issues. We welcome that the outcome of COP30 reflects the successful presidential consultation on mountains and climate change and incorporates the core concerns raised by mountain countries. We hope that future dialogue on mountains and climate change in Bonn next year will address the issues of climate change impacts to mountain ecosystems and improving resilience of mountain people. We are pleased to note that the vulnerability of mountain ecosystem have also been reflected in global Mutirao document. The Mountain Group remains fully committed to working with all parties, including DGI and partners, to make our planet safer and secure climate resilience and sustainable development of our people. We express our sincere gratitude to the Brazilian presidency for hospitality, patience, openness, and bridge-building efforts, and tremendous work despite challenges, as well as the Secretariat team and all delegations for their constructive contributions and support throughout COP30. In national capacity, I would like to commend once again the Brazilian presidency for its leadership in guiding the consultations on mountain and climate change, negotiations on just transition, adaptation, investment in climate action and financing, and for putting forward a balanced draft outcomes. The process brought countries together in a genuine spirit of collaboration, reflecting the essence of Mutirao, joining forces to advance solutions that benefits all. We also warmly congratulate Turkey and Australia on reaching consensus on hosting COP31, which further demonstrates the power of constructive dialogue and shared commitments. We further extend our best wishes for success to the incoming presidencies of COP31 and COP32 as they take forward this important mission to create platform for collaboration of all UNFCCC parties in addressing climate change and reaching Paris Agreement goals. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. I invite Tanzania to speak on behalf of the African Group. Tanzania, you have the floor.
Madam President, thank you very much, Madam President. The United Republic of Tanzania has the honor to address this plenary on behalf of the 54 countries of the African Group. As we gather at the close of COP30, we begin by extending our profound gratitude to the government and the people of Brazil. Your warmth, resilience, and leadership, especially during unexpected challenges, have reminded the world that the spirit of Belém is one of unity, determination, and unwavering commitment. We support and align ourselves with the statement made by Iraq on behalf of the G7 and China. We thank you, Madam President, the SBI chairs, the co-facilitators, the UNFCCC Secretariat, and everybody who has been behind this success. Africa came to Belém not merely as a negotiating bloc, but a continent carrying the hopes of more than 1 billion people whose lives are intertwined with the rhythms of a changing climate. We arrive with a united voice, prepared to engage and deeply mindful of what is at stake, not only for Africa, but for the entire planet. Throughout these 2 demanding weeks, a story has unfolded, a story of progress, of gaps that must still be bridged, and of a shared global journey that remains unfinished. A central chapter in the story concerns adaptation, the daily struggle of farmers facing unprecedented rains, of coastal communities watching their shorelines receded, of children growing up in regions where drought and floods are now shaping their calendar more than the seasons. The work concluded here in Belém on the global goal on adaptation, including the development of a coherent set of indicators, is an important step. It offers a common language for understanding resilience, yet Africa knows too well that indicators alone cannot protect a family from rising waters or yield harvest during a prolonged drought. Without means of implementation, finance, technology, capacity, these indicators remain elegant words on paper. This is why the absence of clear support for implementing national adaptation plans carries real consequences. For Africa, NAPs are not administrative documents, they are lifelines. When they remain unfunded, it is not simply a gap in their agenda, it is a missed opportunity to safeguard communities who live each day on the edge of climate extremes. Another part of the Belém touches on Africa's long-standing commitment to pursue a just and inclusive transition. For us, transition is not about abandoning our development aspirations. It is about reimagining ourselves. A just transition must expand energy access to the hundreds of millions of Africans still in darkness, bringing clean cooking alternatives to more than 1 billion people who rely on biomass, and unlocking opportunities for industrialization and innovation. It must create jobs, advance dignity, and strengthen economies, not impose new constraints. Africa, therefore, urges that the central role of minerals, manufacturing, and value addition be fully recognized, for these sectors are fundamental to a fair global transition. We leave Belém with hope, but also with caution. Africa remains concerned that issues fundamental to our continent, agriculture, food systems, and security of our people, have not yet received the level of prominence. Our food systems are among the most vulnerable. Yet, despite the concerns, Africa remains steadfast. We engage with flexibility and purpose, and we will continue to support the presidency and those other presidencies coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite Venezuela to speak on behalf of ALBA. Venezuela, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Tengo el honor de hacer esta intervención en nombre de Cuba y Venezuela, países miembros del ALBA. Nos sumamos a lo expresado por el G77 y China y el Grupo de Países en Desarrollo de Pensamiento Afín. Señora presidenta, qué mutirao, 2 semanas intensas de trabajo en donde todas y todos hemos tenido la oportunidad de trabajar juntos en defensa de la Convención y de su Acuerdo de París, del principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas, las respectivas capacidades, la equidad, la cooperación, el derecho al desarrollo. Los documentos adoptados no son perfectos. Elementos importantes para nosotros y muy importantes no fueron incluidos, y es por ello que seguimos insistiendo que la respuesta al cambio climático debe ser integral, justa y multidimensional, para que pueda ser sostenible y transformadora, pensada y ejecutada en beneficio de nuestros pueblos, y con un espíritu de compromiso con el multilateralismo que es el que hemos aceptado. Queremos reiterar la necesidad de los medios de implementación para poder cumplir con nuestros objetivos climáticos y, en especial, el triplicar el financiamiento para la adaptación. Esta es la COP de la verdad y es hora de que los países desarrollados cumplan y honren sus compromisos financieros. Con las decisiones que hemos aprobado el día de hoy, es hora de realmente pasar a la implementación con voluntad política, sin dobles raseros, respetando la soberanía de cada uno de nosotros, nuestras realidades, la de nuestros pueblos. Las criminales medidas coercitivas unilaterales deben ser levantadas de manera inmediata, ya que afectan de forma directa e indirecta las capacidades para responder a la crisis climática. Finalmente, queremos agradecer a la presidencia de la COP, a Brasil, por el trabajo que ha realizado todo el equipo, siempre buscando la transparencia, tendiendo puentes y permitiendo que fuese un proceso liderado por Estados. Al pueblo de Belén, gracias por su calurosa acogida, por su entusiasmo y su alegría. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your statement. I now invite Malawi to speak on behalf of the least developed countries. Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Presidency. Distinguished delegates, Malawi takes the floor to speak on behalf of the 44 least developed countries, a collective voice representing 1.6 billion people on the front lines of the climate crisis. I would want to associate myself with the statements made by the G77 and China Chair, the EOSIS, and also the African Group. We would like to express our gratitude to the Presidency, Secretariat, including volunteers and the co-chairs, for providing unwavering support here in Belém. Madam President, regarding the Belém package, we have made heavy compromises on ambition and implementation. However, we do believe that Belém has taken a step forward in strengthening materialism. I am at pains, as I presented last week in the opening plenary, to learn that pertinent questions that I raised at that session on behalf of the vulnerable youth, women, the elderly, people living with disabilities and local communities in the LDCs are yet to be answered from this process. We firmly condemn, as a group, all efforts to dilute the ambition needed to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius alive and the support required to vulnerable countries. This is not only unjust, it is also unsustainable. Madam President, examples of items which we have not achieved satisfactory outcomes include the GGA, as we presented earlier. The Least Developed Countries Fund is very weak. The Gender Action Plan has no means of implementation. The global stock take is very low. Transparency outcome is weak. Capacity building is also weak, and technology. We have weak language across the other items, like loss and damage, and just transition, of course, and the other finance agenda items. We came here, Madam President, with a message to triple adaptation financing by 2030 based on 2025 levels, and this was to be grant-based adaptation finance. We have not gotten this. The paragraph we have gotten in number 53 is weak for us, which we compromised just because we wanted to knock off from this place at 8 a.m. this morning, but it's still weak. We, however, honor the subgroups in the developing countries group that supported us as ODCs because this was our call, and other partners, including the civil society, civil networks, and the media that supported us in this regard. Madam Chairperson, in many areas, other needs, special needs and circumstances have been completely neglected, a position that is against the principles of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Madam President, this is officially my last COP as chair of the ODCs, but I've also retired from government of Malawi as I'm here. So I mark the end of my official participation in the COPs. I want to leave you with these words. Climate change knows no boundaries. It knows no diplomacy, like we saw the fire that caught us 3-4 days ago. The way we run around, climate change also comes in that manner. Our people deserve better, the planet deserves better, and the clock is ticking. I want to leave you with these words as I leave the COP process. I will submit a detailed statement outlining the gaps in each of these items. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for your statement, and all the best to you, dear friend. I now invite Saudi Arabia to speak on behalf of the Arab group. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السيدة الرئيسة، أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، الزميلات والزملاء. يتحدث وفد بلادي باسم 22 دولة عضو في جامعة الدول العربية. إن المجموعة العربية تضم صوتها لبيان العراق باسم مجموعة 77 والصين. السيدة الرئيسة، في ختام أعمال القمة يطيب لنا أن نعبر عن تقديرنا البالغ للجهود التي بذلت طوال هذه الدورة لتحقيق تقدم في العمل المناخي العالمي. نثني على القيادة الحكيمة في الرئاسة البرازيلية التي قادت المفاوضات إلى تحقيق العديد من النتائج الطموحة التي تعكس إرادة حقيقية لمواجهة التحديات المشتركة. كما أتقدم لكم باسم المجموعة العربية بالشكر والتقدير على جهودكم مع جميع الدول الأطراف في سبل نجاح الموتراو ومخرجات بلم، بما يضمن تقديم دعم فعال وحقيقي يعزز قدرات الدول النامية في مواجهة تحديات التغير المناخ. السيدة الرئيسة، تؤكد المجموعة العربية على أهمية المبادئ الأساسية التي تركز عليها جهود العمل المناخي ضمن إطار اتفاقية باريس وهيكلية الاتفاقية الإطارية للتغير المناخ، وعلى رأس هذه مبدأ الإنصاف والمسؤوليات المشتركة ولكن المتباينة، وأهمية قيام الدول المتقدمة بدورها الإلزامي في هذا المجال. كما تشمل هذه المبادئ الاعتراف بالمسارات المتنوعة التي تعكس الظروف الفريدة لكل دولة، إضافة إلى احترام السيادة الوطنية وقدسية المساهمات المحددة وطنيا، والتي تعد عمود الأساس لاتفاقية باريس. هذا المقياس الأساسي لنجاح الاتفاقية. ورغم ذلك نجد أنفسنا اليوم أمام جهود تتناقض مع جوهر هذه المبادئ من خلال نقل الأعباء المناخية على الدول النامية، بينما نشهد في الوقت نفسه تراجع شركائنا من الدول المتقدمة عن دورهم القيادي وإهمال التزاماتهم. لقد أظهرت هذه القمة أمرا لا يمكن تجاهله، إن الموقف الذي يجمع عليه أغلب الدول، وهو موقف يقوم على الواقعية والإنصاف، هو الذي يقود العمل المناخي. فهذا هو الصوت الحقيقي للمسار المتعدد الأطراف، ولا يصح أن يدفع جانبا أمام مواقف محدودة تحاول فرض اتجاهات لا تحظى بالقبول وتنتهك مبادئ وأحكام هذه الاتفاقية. ومن اللافت بل من المؤسف أن بعض الأطراف التي تكثر الحديث عن التعددية كانت في لحظة الاختبار من بين من سعى إلى إجراءات تبتعد عن هذا النهج وتضعف أسسه. التعددية لا تصام بالشعارات، بل بالعمل الحقيقي والتعاون المشترك واحترام حقوق كل الدول لاتباع مساراتها الوطنية المختلفة. علينا تمكين الدول من رسم مساراتها الخاصة، تلك المسارات التي تستند إلى سياقاتها وأولوياتها وواقعها الاجتماعي والاقتصادي. الرسائل الرئيسية في هذه القمة واضحة: إن مسار التكيف هو الذي سيحدد اتجاه العمل المناخي في المرحلة المقبلة، وأن أولوية التمويل المناخي المقدم من الدول المتقدمة تظل ركيزة لا يمكن تجاوزها، مع ضرورة توفير بيئة دولية تمكننا من التعاون والعمل المشترك والإبقاء على هذا الاتفاق في متناول الجميع. في الختام، السيدة الرئيسة، تود المجموعة العربية أن تعبر عن فخرها واعتزازها بجهودكم القيمة، ونهنئكم على تحقيق أعلى مستويات النجاح لمؤتمر الأطراف في بلم. شكرا للبرازيل.
Thank you for your statement. We have now completed the statements by groups. And I now invite individual parties to make statements, which should be now limited to 3 minutes. I see that the Holy See has asked for the floor. Holy See, you have the floor.
Holy See. Thank you, Madam President. My delegation would like to thank the Brazilian presidency for its unwavering efforts to achieve a successful outcome of the COP30 in Belém. At this stage, the Holy See would like to recall once again Pope Leo's call to this COP30 to bear in mind the human face of the climate crisis. This appeal has reminded us over the past 2 weeks that the discussions before us are not only technical or procedural, but that they touch the life and dignity of each person and those of the future generation. Constructive dialogue among participating states is therefore essential, not only to find effective solutions, but also to ensure that the common good takes priority over short-term or particular interests. In this context, multilateral efforts to address the climate crisis must be based on a spirit of solidarity and responsibility. Although over the last 10 years, significant progress has been made globally towards achieving the Paris Agreement's goals, it has not been enough. While the Paris Agreement policy cycle is in full motion, we still need to further strengthen the commitments already made. At the same time, it is essential to ensure a fair, equitable and orderly transition away from fossil fuels that is in line with the global carbon budget and guided by the principle of equity, common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. In order to address climate change, economic and technical resources and solutions must be supported by educational processes. Education can indeed play a vital role in ensuring that the mitigation targets are met, adaptation challenges are addressed, means of implementation are strengthened. As Pope Leo noted in his message to this conference, due to the global nature, these challenges endanger the lives of everyone on this planet and therefore require international cooperation and cohesive and forward-looking multilateralism. Therefore, my delegation had hoped that this COP30 will adopt a strong commitment. Nevertheless, the OLC remains committed to the ongoing process, trusting that continued dialogue will encourage all parties in the responsible implementation of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Vanuatu has asked for the floor. Vanuatu, please, you have the floor.
Madam President, I speak on behalf of the people of Vanuatu, people whose daily reality reminds the world that climate change is not a distant threat, but a present crisis shaping our lives, livelihoods and our very existence. At the outset, allow me to align with the remarks delivered by Palau on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States, IOSIS. For Vanuatu, if this is the COP of truth, then the truth is that we need to do everything possible to keep global temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is not a preference, it is a lifeline. At the beginning of this COP, it was reaffirmed to us that this is an implementation COP, and our hopes were high. However, we are deeply concerned over the lack of progress on the agenda items aimed at operationalizing the outcomes of the first GST. As we work in this multilateral process, I am reminded again of our obligations and responsibility that has now been clarified at the highest level of international law. The International Court of Justice has affirmed that states have legal obligations to prevent harm to the climate system and to protect the rights of present and future generations. The International Court of Justice advisory opinion recognizes the importance of the IPCC as the source of the best available science for effective climate action and policy making. Climate finance and technical support must align with the IPCC's findings and the lived realities of these most impacted in climate vulnerable countries. To achieve this, climate finance must be scaled up, predictable and accessible. Small island developing states cannot be left navigating complex systems while facing existential threats. We need finance that reaches the front lines, supports adaptation, addresses loss and damage, and allows us to build resilient, just and sustainable economies. As we move forward from the global stocktake, the needs of small islands must remain central. Ambition must increase on mitigation. The COP30 decision text on the mitigation work programme is not what Vanuatu hoped for. But not all solutions are equal. Climate action must be just, it must be effective, and it must not create new problems in the name of solving old ones. We need to move forward by ambitiously addressing fossil fuel production, exports and subsidies. Vanuatu joins with Colombia and the 80 other nations who agreed at this COP to advance a roadmap to accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels. Finally, Vanuatu welcomes the announcement of the Turkey and Australia Partnership Agreement, and we look forward to being involved in the hosting of pre-COP in the Pacific. I thank you.
Thank you. I see Fiji has asked for the floor. Fiji, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Fiji aligns with the statement delivered by G77 and China and Palau on behalf of IOCs. Due to time constraints, a full version of our statement will be submitted to the Secretariat and a shorter version will be delivered. At the outset, allow us to join others in thanking the COP30 presidency team for their tireless efforts and determination in securing a balanced outcome. Fiji welcomes President Lula's framing of COP30 as the COP of truth. We must acknowledge and recognize the undeniable reality that the current NDCs are insufficient in their present form and undermines the obligations of states to the Paris Agreement. Madam President, truth is essential, but truth must be accompanied by trust, and together these two principles create the very foundation of hope, which is essential to multilateralism. On the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, we need strong foundation to move forward. Despite today's geopolitical constraints, Belém has raised the demand for both truth and trust, and that is a meaningful progress. The global stocktake and COP28 outcomes must guide our collective response, and Fiji is proud to support the Belém Declaration on the transition away from fossil fuels, which sends a very strong signal of direction and resolve. For Fiji, the message is clear. The era of carbon-intensive development is over. We can no longer justify the social, economic and environmental cost of carbon that our communities continue to bear. The Just Transition Work Programme agreed here will be vital to ensuring that human rights, security and fairness remain central as we accelerate this transition. Madam President, we welcome the Mutirao package of decisions adopted here and acknowledge that it is not perfect, but it is pointed at the right direction. The recent advisory opinion of the ICJ reminds us that international law and state obligations are inseparable. We cannot continue to silo responsibilities or selectively interpret commitments under the Convention. Small island developing states have long warned that the consequences of inaction are immediate and profound. Lives and livelihoods are lost each day. Tipping points sit in plain sight. Holding the line at 1.5 degrees is no longer negotiable. It is a moral, economic and legal imperative. No party can negotiate with the fundamental laws of physics. This is the truth. The Convention exists to uphold. The truth we must embrace, and the truth the world can no longer avoid. Thank you.
Next, I see India has asked for the floor, followed by the Republic of Korea. India, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. India expresses its deep appreciation to you and to your entire team. The warm and gracious people of Belém have made the last 2 weeks very memorable. We stand in full solidarity with Brazil, a close friend and partner whose leadership, rooted in inclusion, balance, and the Brazilian spirit of Mutirao has guided the COP30 with integrity. Madam President, this COP has delivered several important outcomes and India is very pleased to welcome them. The establishment towards a just transition mechanism is a significant milestone. It is our sincerest hope that the mechanism can support the operationalization of equity and climate justice both at the global and national levels. We also welcome the progress under the GGA. A substantive decision on adaptation is a manifestation of the principle of equity and a recognition of the overwhelming need for adaptation in developing countries. We must also recognize and express our appreciation for the efforts of the Presidency in supporting us in beginning the journey towards a long overdue focus on Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement. We sincerely hope that in the spirit of international cooperation, promises made 33 years ago in Rio will now be fulfilled due to the first steps we have taken in Belém. Madam President, we also thank you for delivering on the space we asked for to discuss unilateral trade restrictive climate measures. These measures are increasingly affecting all developing countries and are violative of the principles of equity and CBDRRC enshrined in the Convention and its Paris Agreement. we cannot continue to brush these issues under the carpet. We have made a beginning here to reverse this trend. We are deeply grateful for your leadership in bringing us all together at this crucial juncture when we all need to put our best foot forward to ensure that the Paris Agreement is implemented successfully and also show the world that we are committed to scientifically and equitably addressing our collective problems. We must also continue to ensure that the burden of climate change mitigation is not shifted onto the shoulders of those who have the least responsibility in causing the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Republic of Korea, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we bring our work in Beijing to a close, the Republic of Korea reflects on what this moment shows us. Even in a challenging global environment, parties have demonstrated the spirit of the Paris Agreement can still unite us. The multilateral decision may not answer every need, but it proves that cooperation remains possible when we commit to it. We are committed to honoring our NDCs and accelerating our transition away from fossil fuels. And having crossed that bridge from ambition to implementation as a developing country, we are determined to help steady it for others so that no country is left behind as we move forward. Beijing has reminded us that multilateral progress often comes step by step, yet each step taken together strengthens our ability to act with purpose. The tool we agree here focus on implementation. The dialogues, the support signals will only succeed if we carry forward the sense of shared responsibility that shaped this outcome. For Korea, hope comes not from perfection, but from persistence. We leave Beijing mindful of the work ahead, but encourage that unity is still possible and that our collective resolve remains our greatest asset in keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. We thank the Presidency for its leadership and all parties for its commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Bhutan has asked for the floor. Bhutan, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We speak on behalf of the 32 landlocked developing countries, and Madam Chair, just want to request the Secretary to update its record. It's updated in the UNFCCC website, but the Secretary should not forget that there's a new group here. So just want to request the Secretary to update its record. Madam Chair, Bhutan has the honor to deliver the statement on behalf of the 32 member countries of the landlocked developing countries, and we thank the Presidency and Secretariat teams for the arrangements made for COP30. COP30 marks a significant moment for LLDCs with the formal inauguration of the LLDC group on the climate agenda. We affirm that our voices will now resonate more collectively in the global climate discourse. Our countries face unique vulnerabilities, geographical constraints, and heightened exposure to climate impacts from glacial retreat, landslides, and flash floods in the fragile mountain ecosystems to desertification, severe droughts, and erratic rainfall in the internal drylands. These challenges are compounded by difficulties in accessing markets and transit-dependent trade vulnerabilities, as well as growing pressures on our food security, energy, and water systems. Despite accounting for just 7% of the global population, LLDCs experience about 18% of the global impact from droughts and landslides between 2012 and 2023, underscoring the disproportionate burden we carry with disruptions of people's livelihood and survival. However, they do not define our future, they only serve to strengthen our resolve. The LLDC stands ready and committed to being a constructive and solution-oriented partner in advancing the objectives of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement beyond COP30. We build on the momentum of the third United Nations Conference on LLDCs held last year in August this year, and the Awaza Program of Action, which for the first time embeds a dedicated climate focus for LLDCs. This is a clear signal that climate resilience is now central to our shared development priorities. However, to effectively achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, the world must ensure that the means of implementation, climate finance, capacity building, technology development and transfer are accessible, grant-based, sustainable and adequate, making sure that national debts are not further exacerbated in the hope of achieving a low climate and climate-resilient economy. The LLDCs are committed to climate action, but we require the collective efforts of all parties to bridge the gap in ambition and achieve the global mitigation and adaptation goals. Madam President, we reaffirm our readiness to contribute to the long-term ambition of a just, inclusive, and effective global climate response. If our climate transition is to be just and leave no country behind, it must be the one that also reflects the specific issues of LLDCs. Our group will collaboratively work with all partners to ensure these perspectives are heard under the UNFCCC process. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I see Nepal has asked for the floor. Nepal, please, you have the floor.
Madam President, Nepal aligns with the statement delivered by LDC Group, G77 and China, LLDC Group, Mountain Group, including Vanuatu, with regards to ICJ advisory opinion. Nepal would like to share our sincere gratitude to the COP30 presidency, UNFT Policy Secretariat, people of blame, including COP30 volunteers, for their hard work and warm hospitality extended to us. Madam President, Nepal is a mountainous country, home to Sagarmatha, the highest peak of the world, and rich in ecological and cultural diversity. Yet our glaciers are melting at an alarming rate. For Nepal, keeping global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees is not just a number in an agreement. It is a matter of survival. We urge all to honor science and deliver the ambition required within this critical decade. We also emphasize the urgent need for support required to implement NAPs and NDCs. Madam President, we believe that here in Blame, we have demonstrated the strength of collective action and the relevance of continued multilateralism. With the decision adopted, including the Muchirao decision, we look forward to strengthen support for implementing climate action, particularly in adaptation and loss and damage, and to a global pathway that keeps 1.5 degrees within reach. We also welcome the agreement to hold an annual dialogue on climate change and mountains in the upcoming SV64 session, as well as the recognition of mountains across the package in the context of urgency, ambition, and implementation. I congratulate both Turkey and Australia partnership for hosting COP31, and congratulations to Ethiopia as the first LDC for hosting COP32. Finally, Nepal stands ready to work together with all parties and partners to advance inclusive, interconnected, and co-beneficial solutions for a resilient future for mountains and beyond. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, I see the Philippines has asked for the floor. Philippines, please, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, as we conclude COP30 here in Belém, the Philippines expresses its appreciation to the Presidency and to all parties for their hard work and constructive engagement. Madam President, allow me to reflect on the progress achieved. On loss and damage, the adoption of the WIM review agenda and the operationalization of the FRLD and the launch of its first call for requests mark historic progress for vulnerable communities. On the Just Transition Work Program, parties move closer toward establishing a coherent governance mechanism, demonstrating our shared commitment to transition that protect vulnerable groups, grounded in social dialogue and equity. Madam President, while we achieve significant milestones, the Philippines notes that there are work streams that require continuous engagement and stronger political convergence. On climate finance, discussions on Article 9.1 and the NCTUG highlighted the need for deeper alignment on the scale and nature of support required by developing countries. So the Philippines underscores the predictable, public, grant-based, and highly concessional finance is essential to implementation and trust. On adaptation, we welcome future work on the Belem's vision, the refinement and operationalization of the Belem's adaptation indicators. On mitigation and Article 6, parties reaffirm that the mitigation work program remains country-driven and non-prescriptive. Technical work under Article 6 also continued to advance governance and operational elements while upholding inclusivity, transparency, and environmental integrity. On transparency, discussions underscored the needed resources for the CGE and the Secretariat for Capacity Building. Continued work is emphasized to ensure that transparency fully reflects both action and delivery of support. We laud the great efforts to transform the negotiations to concrete actions as demonstrated by the Global Implementation Accelerator under the Mucharao decision. It synergizes the needed MOIs to make 1.5 degrees within reach communities capacitated and render finance as a vehicle for innovation for economy-wide transformation, aligned with clean energy-driven solutions and just transition. The Philippines is guided by the words of our President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who remind us that although the tides of change may be unpredictable, our compass must remain constant.
Thank you. Next, I see Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Kenya extends her warmest congratulations to you, Your Excellency, and the government and the people of Brazil for your exemplary leadership of this COP. Your hospitality in the heart of the Amazon reminds us why we are here, to protect the lungs of our planet and secure our shared future. We align our statement with the statements made by Iraq on behalf of G77 and China and the United Republic of Tanzania on behalf of AGN. We congratulate Turkey and Australia for collaborating to host COP31 and the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for being selected to host COP32. Madam President, we came to Belém at a moment of truth. 10 years after the Paris, the question was simple. Would we match our promises with action? The answer, Madam President, is both yes and no. Yes, we have made progress. New commitments have been secured, frameworks have been advanced, and the machinery of climate action continues to turn on. But no, we have not yet moved at the speed or scale that science and justice demand. Belém has delivered the global Mutirao, uniting humanity in a global mobilization against climate change. We welcome the Belém Mission 1.5, a framework aimed at enabling ambition and implementation of NDCs, international cooperation and investment across mitigation and adaptation. But between delivery and adequacy lies a gap that still threatens the 1.5 future. We particularly welcome decision on climate finance, global goal on adaptation, loss and damage, just transition work program, mitigation work program, as well as technology development and transfer. However, we are seriously concerned that we prefer to have a talk show on gender without clearly coming out on the means of implementation. Madam President, a common but differentiated responsibility and respective capacities is not just a slogan. It is a principle that we must all try very hard to ensure that we embrace. Belém will be remembered not for what we debated, but what we delivered. Kenya and Africa is ready to lead. The question is, will the world follow?
Thank you. Next, I see Monaco. Monaco, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Avant toute chose, je souhaite dire que Monaco fait sienne l'intervention de la Suisse au nom de l'EIG. Monaco se félicite de ce que les longues heures de discussion ont permis de parvenir enfin à un accord. L'accord de Paris fêtant ses 10 ans cette année, nous n'aurions pu nous satisfaire d'adresser au monde un message de désunion et un manque cruel d'ambition. Pour autant, les décisions que nous avons prises aujourd'hui ne nous semblent pas complètes. En effet, Monaco regrette que les discussions aient occulté la plus importante avancée juridique en matière de changement climatique depuis l'adoption de l'accord de Paris il y a 10 ans. l'avis consultatif de la Cour internationale de justice sur les obligations des États en matière de changement climatique nous met tous face à nos responsabilités. Or, il a été exclu de nos salles de discussion depuis les premiers jours. Les plus éminents juristes représentant la diversité des pays du monde ont parlé. Ils ont porté un regard objectif et clair sur les textes de la Convention cadre, du protocole de Kyoto et de l'accord de Paris. Les États sont obligés par les dispositions qui y sont contenues. La principauté appelle donc, comme d'autres parties, à ce que cet avis guide et éclaire les prochaines discussions que nous aurons ensemble dans cette enceinte. Merci.
Thank you. Next I see Pakistan. Pakistan, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to appreciate the role of government and people of Brazil for hosting COP, and we also congratulate Turkey for hosting COP31 and Australia for working with Turkey for the COP31, and also congratulate Ethiopia for the next COP. Chair, for Pakistan, it's extremely important that grant-based finance remains available to developing countries, and it's also important for meeting the ambition goals. Adaptation is a lifeline for developing countries, and providing support for it is a legal obligation under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. We are concerned that progress on adaptation finance has been both delayed and weakened. Our priorities have been clear from day one: means of implementation, equity, and nationally determined pathways. For developing countries, eradicating energy poverty, ensuring energy security, and achieving sustainable development remain overriding priorities, without which we cannot meaningfully contribute to global climate ambition or safeguard the well-being of our people. We welcome the decision on just transition and hope that it will lead to that equity that we are looking forward to through the COP. We welcome the decision to significantly scale up public resources, and we hope that the mechanisms created will ensure easy access to finance. On technology, as already indicated, Pakistan welcomed the strengthened mandate and long-term hosting framework. However, we remain concerned that the technology implementation plan does not yet meet the scale of the challenge and must be strengthened in future sessions. Pakistan also welcomes the FRLD progress and its operationalization and the Barbados implementation plan, and we are looking forward to a long-term operationalization with strong resource mobilization, rapid disbursement, and country support. We emphasize the need to significantly expand the size of resources available to meet the real scale of loss and damage. As we mark 10 years of Paris Agreement, we urge all partners implement that we have agreed. Do not shift goalposts, do not dilute equity and CBDR, and respect the policy space of developing countries. We have compromised in the spirit of Mutiaro, collective effort, but that spirit requires trust, empathy, and principles. We hope it will guide us going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next I see Iraq. Iraq, please, you have the floor.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيس. السيدات والسادة، يؤكد وفد جمهورية العراق على دعمه الكامل لكلمة مجموعة 77 والصين، وكلمة المجموعة العربية المقدمة من قبل المملكة العربية السعودية، وكلمة مجموعة الدول المتشابهة الأفكار. ونود أن نعبر عن خالص امتناننا لحكومة وشعب البرازيل على كرم الضيافة والرئاسة والميسرين وسكرتارية الاتفاقية الإطارية لجهودهم في إدارة جلسات التفاوض. ويرحب العراق بحزمة القرارات المتخذة بخصوص الشفافية والانتقال العادل وآلية وارشو للخسائر والأضرار وبرنامج عمل التخفيف وتقرير الجرد العالمي. وكنا نتأمل بالوصول إلى نتائج ناجحة في بعض بنود جداول الأعمال الأخرى التي تعتبر أولوية لنا. ونؤكد على التزامنا الكامل بمواد اتفاقية باريس والاتفاقية الإطارية، لا سيما مبدأ المسؤولية المشتركة ولكن المتباينة مع احترام القابليات في ظل الظروف الوطنية المختلفة والإنصاف واحترام سيادة البلدان. ونشدد على أن مساهمة الدول المتقدمة تاريخيا في الانبعاثات يجب أن تقابل بتحمل هذه المسؤولية التاريخية من قبلهم في مجال تمويل المناخ ونقل التكنولوجيا. أن العراق يعاني بشدة من آثار التغير المناخي السلبية بما في ذلك الجفاف والعواصف الترابية وشح المياه وفقدان النظم الطبيعية والتطرف المناخي والتي تهدد استقرار المجتمع بكافة قطاعاته. إن هذه التحديات التي لن تكن السبب الرئيسي في حدوثها سوى تأثيرات المتزايدة للتغيرات المناخية تضع أعباء اقتصادية واجتماعية وصحية هائلة على كاهل العراق. لذلك نؤكد على أن أولوية العراق تتمثل في تعزيز جهود التكيف مع آثار التغير المناخي، ونطالب بتحويل التزامات التمويل إلى حقيقة ملموسة مع ضمان تسهيل إجراءات الوصول إلى التمويل بشكل عادل إلى الدول التي تعاني من وطأة هذه الآثار، مع الإشارة إلى أن العراق قد قدم مؤخرا وثيقة المساهمات الوطنية، والتي تعتبر وثيقة طموحة تركز على زيادة مستوى الطموح في التخفيف وأيضا التكيف مع آثار التغيرات المناخية، مع التأكيد على أن تنفيذ الكثير من هذه الوثيقة يرتبط ارتباطا مباشرا بمدى توفير التمويل المناخي الدولي اللازم لتحقيقها. ونؤكد على أن الوفاء بالتزامات التمويل المناخي من قبل الدول المتقدمة هو شرط أساسي لنجاح العمل. ختاما السيد الرئيس، لقد حان الوقت للوفاء بالوعود وتحويل الكلمات إلى أفعال. أن مستقبل شعوبنا كافة يعتمد على مدى الجدية في معالجة أزمة المناخ بشكل عادل وشامل ومتضامن وفق المسؤوليات التاريخية للبلدان، وأن جمهورية العراق مستعدة للعمل بروح الشراكة والتعاون مع الجميع. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. Next, I see Malaysia. Malaysia, please, you have the floor.
Madam President, Malaysia aligns itself with the statement made by the Iraq on behalf of the group of 77 and China. Malaysia commends the Brazilian government for hosting COP30 in the city of Belém and for its leadership in delivering the Mutirau package. This is not a perfect package, but it is one of the Malaysia could take back home. This is implementation COP, and means of implementation is still far from reached. Developing countries have increased ambition through their NDC, and the implementation requires technology, capacity building and finance. We call upon our partner to also fulfill the application in order to keep the 1.5-degree goal alive. Malaysia is happy with the decision to develop a just transition mechanism aimed at enhancing international cooperation, technical assistance, capacity building and knowledge sharing. This mechanism will be an important milestone for developing countries as we work to implement the just transition component of our NDCs. Equitable and inclusive just transition cannot be achieved without strengthened support, accessible tools and shared learning that reflect national circumstances and varying capacity. Malaysia would like to highlight that the roadmap on the transition away from fossil fuel and deforestation should include just transition as one of its elements. Malaysia welcomes the conclusion of the UAE Balance Work Programme and support the adoption of the Balance Adaptation Indicator as a voluntary and flexible tool to help track progress and adaptation. Malaysia called the increase of grant-based finance, technology transfer and capacity building to support developing countries' effort to implement these indicators. Malaysia welcomed the decision to establish the CGE as a permanent body with a 3-year work program adopted in Belém, and valuing its vital support in helping parties meet the Paris Agreement reporting obligation. Malaysia strongly urged the provision of adequate resources for the CGE and the Secretariat to undertake the work program adopted in Belém. This is important to ensure developing countries to fulfill the reporting obligation in timely manners and fulfilling requirements under the ETF. Malaysia also commends the adoption of the Belém Gender Action Plan, which represents a significant step forward in strengthening gender-responsive climate action. We welcome its comprehensive approach to enhancing the full, equal and meaningful participation of women and girls across all the dimensions of climate policy and implementation. We further commend the nationally determined approach embedded within the plan, which allows parties to advance gender-related climate action in a manner that is nationally determined and aligned with the national priorities, capacity and development pathway. At the same time, we must ensure that the implementation of the Balanced Gender Action Plan to receive capacity building and technical support to achieve gender-responsive climate outcome. Thusly, congratulations to Turkey and Australia for hosting COP31 in 2026 and Ethiopia for hosting COP32 in 2027. I thank you.
Thank you. I see China has asked for the floor. China, please, you have the floor.
主席女士，大会的这个首席战略官图里奥先生，各位同事，大家好。首先，中方支持伊拉克代表77国集团加中国所做的发言，也支持基础4国 Basic 立场相近发展中国家 LMDC 所做的发言。那么，我代表中方祝贺本次贝伦大会取得圆满成功，感谢巴西帕拉州贝伦市的政府和人民为召开本次大会所做的努力和夜以继日的辛勤的工作。我们也知道，现在在台上坐着的巴西的团队的同事，可能已经连续40个小时不眠不休，为了我们能够达成一份团结合作、推动多边进程、推动巴黎协定走向下一个10年的穆提饶成果，为我们尽了最大的努力。我想，这个光荣和掌声属于主席国，属于主席国优秀的团队。同时，我们也感谢公约秘书处各个议题的协调员以及各个代表团为推进谈判进程所做的努力，也感谢所有的会议的支持的人员和我们的翻译为会议保障所做的贡献。我想历史会铭记巴黎协定10周年，我们所有人秉承全球穆提饶精神所做的推动多边进程、推动国际合作的努力。当前，全球气候治理面临着诸多挑战和不确定性，地缘冲突加剧，个别国家逆流而动，特别是单边主义贸易保护措施严重损害各国，特别是发展中国家气候行动的能力。在这样艰难的情况下，贝伦大会达成了这样一揽子平衡成果，对外发出绿色低碳转型大势不可逆转，多边主义不可动摇，国际合作不能削弱，全球气候治理进程依然稳步向前的积极信号，就公约和巴黎协定下一个10年的实施做出了一揽子的积极、平衡、有力度的安排。这样的成果来之不易，弥足珍贵，值得铭记。作为一个负责任的发展中国家，中方将深入践行全球气候治理倡议，与各方一道推动气候变化多边进程。我们将100%落实我们的国家自主贡献，并争取做得更好，与各方一道构建清洁美丽的世界。让我们再次把掌声给巴西大会主席。
Thank you. Thank you. I see next Indonesia. Indonesia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Indonesia would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the people and government of Brazil and to the UNFCCC Secretariat for hosting this event. This COP marks a decade of the Paris Agreement with the theme of moving from ambition to action and moving from negotiation to implementation. Indonesia wishes to highlight key agendas in this spirit. Indonesia affirms that a just transition must uphold equity, CBDDR, RC, and national circumstances supported by grant-based international assistance. We support the G77 and China call for a UNFCCC just transition mechanism and prevent unilateral measures against developing countries. Indonesia expects Article 6 decision to enhance technical and institutional readiness through international funding, non-market approaches, and accelerate transition of CDM projects. We reaffirm our commitment to the enhanced transparency framework, seeking sustained support in finance, capacity building, and technology. Indonesia is committed in ensuring the global Stock trace real implementation and support structured dialogue for actionable and trust-building outcomes. On adaptation, we welcome the GGA outcomes and UAE BELM work program, emphasizing voluntary, non-punitive implementation without additional burden on developing countries. We stress the need for scale-up adaptation finance, with developed countries tripling their provision by 2030 at least at 120 billion US dollar annually. For loss and damage, we appreciate the flexibility and the WIM review for a meaningful outcome. Indonesia calls for reform of international financial architecture, seeking predictable grant-based support and 1.3 trillion annually climate finance by 2035, including the 300 billion for developing nations. Indonesia reaffirms its support for the integration of ocean-related issues to climate negotiation, acknowledging the critical role of marine ecosystem in carbon sequestration, coastal protection, and provision of sustainable livelihood. We stand ready to work constructively with all parties to ensure COP30 outcomes deliver real implementation, mobilizing finance, technology, and capacity building, strengthening resilience, and addressing a just transition that leaves no country or community behind. I thank you.
Thank you. I see Mongolia has asked for the floor. Mongolia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, President, and Excellencies. So first of all, Mongolia would like to kindly congratulate the government of Brazil for successfully conducting and organizing COP30 city in Belém. Together with the joint effort, we think that we have received a concrete number of decisions that could deliver the positive results within the future. So first of all, Mongolia aligns with the statements delivered by G77 and China, LLDC, and mountain groups, and reaffirms our shared concerns. As a landlocked country and climate-vulnerable country, one that contributes little to the global emissions yet faces rising and compounding risks. We had hoped to leave Belém with a greater sense of collective ambition and tangible outcomes. We acknowledge that while important steps were taken, the outcomes fell short of urgency demanded by science and experiences by communities on the ground. Despite this, we remain engaged and forward-looking. In 2026, Mongolia will host the UNCCD COP17, where we aim to drive deeper integration between climate change, biodiversity, and land agendas together. Strengthening synergies among Rio III conventions and translating them into meaningful outcome is essential. Mongolia believes that resilience and sustainable development depend on bridging these efforts in a way that reflects the needs of the most affected. In closing, Mongolia reaffirms its support for the Paris Agreement and the multilateral process. We echo the call for a just and inclusive climate response that prioritizes those on the front lines. Let us carry the weight of what was not achieved here as motivation and renew our commitment to stronger collective actions. COP30 result is sending a resounding message to the world that adaptation is a global priority backed by concrete commitments and real resources. Mongolia stands ready to engage constructively toward this shared vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I see Bolivia. Bolivia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bolivia wishes to express our deepest appreciation to the COP30 presidency and to Brazil for their leadership and to all parties for their spirit of cooperation demonstrated throughout this conference. My delegation aligns with the statement delivered by Bhutan and Nepal on behalf of the landlocked developing countries. The formal establishment of the LLDC group at this COP marks an important moment for countries whose geographic conditions create specific structural vulnerabilities that have long required greater visibility within the UNFCCC process. For nations without access to the sea, geography directly shapes our climate challenge. Higher transport and logistics costs, dependence on transit routes, constraints on accessing technologies and markets, and increased exposure to droughts, water stress, glacier retreat, and food insecurity. These conditions affect our ability to respond to climate impacts and to implement climate action at the scale and speed required. Bolivia believes the new LLDC platform provides a constructive space to express these realities. It complements with the cooperation with regional groups and other coalitions. Its purpose is simple: to ensure that the Paris Agreement implementation reflects the circumstances of countries facing unique development barriers rooted in geography. We underscore the importance of climate finance, that is accessible, predictable, and does not exacerbate debt for countries that are already carrying structural economic constraints. We also highlight the need for strengthened technology cooperation, capacity building, and support for implementing NDCs that respect, in terms of respect of national circumstances and development pathways. Madam Chair, the COP has reminded that implementation must be equitable to be effective. Bolivia welcomes the recognition of the LLDC group and stands ready to work constructively with all parties to strengthen multilateralism and ensure that no landlocked developing country is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Distinguished delegates, we have now completed the statements by parties. And I now open the floor. Excuse me. So I now open the floor for statements for the observer organizations. And please limit your intervention to 2 minutes. And when a constituency has 2 speakers, the time will be shared between them. I would now like to give the floor to indigenous peoples' organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Amazon, our home, is the next global oil frontier. Indigenous people are under attack. We face colonial militarization of our territories, where states and corporations trade our lives for fossil fuels, transition minerals, and large-scale renewables. We stand in solidarity with our Amazonian relatives and condemn the killing of land defenders. This was mirrored by the heavy militarization of this COP. Even at the indigenous COP, we have been excluded. We recognize the historic inclusion of the rights of indigenous people, including our rights to self-determination, free, prior, and informed consent, and the protection of indigenous people's involuntary isolation in the Just Transition Work Program text. While we welcome the inclusion of our rights in the Muchi route, sliding us to the preamble and not the operational text is unacceptable. Here, land rights and traditional knowledge apply exclusively to indigenous peoples. The Muchi route lacks the ambition to live up to its indigenous name. The President's roadmap to phase out fossil fuels and end deforestation must ensure our full participation and credibility and effectiveness. There can be no just transition if our territories remain sacrifice zones. Solidarity with indigenous Pacific relatives who face extreme expense and barriers to attend COPs on the other side of the world. They deserve a Pacific COP. We urge parties to take full advantage of the pre-COP to witness climate impacts on their land and ocean territories and meaningful support and resource Pacific and indigenous COP at 31. Parties, there is no true multilateralism without the real question of indigenous people. Our duty to our future generation requires to put relationship over ego, money, and power. It's time for you to learn to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of the COP president who has joined the representatives of the observer organizations. So thank you for your statement. I would like to give the floor now to a representative speaking on behalf of the local governments and municipal authorities. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. My name is Yunus Arikan from ICLE, and I'm delivering this in my capacity as the LGMA focal point. Let me begin by commending and congratulating the people and governments of the city of Belém, state of Pará, and Brazil for their hospitality and professionalism in hosting COP30 in Amazonia, and particularly Ambassador Del Lago for his passion, wisdom, and leadership, as well as countless colleagues in the whole COP30 presidency team. Thousands of local and regional leaders and their networks who came to Brazil for Local Leaders Forum in Rio and COP30 in Belém responded to the call for an implementation COP. The outcomes of the fourth Urbanization and Climate Ministerial elevated our collaboration with national governments. We have felt genuine recognition of the importance of local action, multi-level cooperation and urbanization through ministerials, progress on action agenda, and through numerous parties calling for a mandated dialogue. Cities, states and regions will continue to lead transitioning away from fossil fuels and confronting the realities of climate impacts, but they need support to further scale up their actions. The Mutirao text, in quote, cities and other subnational authorities in multi-level climate action, presents a valuable basis to advance multi-level action and urbanization achievements beyond Belém. We also note increasing references to multi-level action in mitigation work program and adaptation indicators. We warmly welcome the creation of a just transition mechanism in Belém, and we stand ready to contribute to it. Yet, we need to go further than recognition and references. The goal to make this COP of the truth was right one, but the target was not reached fully. Many examples of multi-level NDCs give us hope beyond Belém. We look forward to working with the COP30 presidency and all other nations and partners to implement the outcome of COP30 by putting multi-level action and urbanization at the service of global climate implementation, in particular towards outcome of IPCC's special report on cities in 2027. Obrigado.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of research and independent non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak at this closing plenary. My name is Marcela, an early career researcher at the Cryosphere Pavilion, and I speak on behalf of Ringo constituency. We would like to thank the Presidency and the people of Belém for the warm hospitality. We appreciate our efforts to create space to have our voice heard during these proceedings. However, we must highlight that observer participation in the second week felt doubtful, as discussions were behind closed doors and draft tests were not available. This hinders observers' ability to meaningfully support this process. As we continue to strengthen the implementation of the Paris Agreement, observers provide a key source of knowledge and practical expertise. This includes advancing our knowledge of climate change, its impacts and how to address them, and establish frameworks and pathways for effective and equitable implementation of diverse work streams at local and national scales. As we continue in this era of implementation, researchers across all disciplines will be key in continuing to discover, develop, enact, and evaluate effective climate solutions. Ringo notes the growing discussions both inside and outside of the negotiations around what is considered best available science. We strongly support the work of the IPCC assessment reports and welcome and encourage efforts to expand the geographic and disciplinary breadth of knowledge accessed across the chapters. Further, we value bringing in experiential knowledge from the indigenous and local communities who are the front line of climate impacts. In closing, we assert the importance of creating an open and inclusive space within and between COPs, where all can participate in meaningful ways. Ringo is committed to fostering open to knowledge resources for and with diverse knowledge communities, and see it as vital to address the challenge we face. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to a representative speaking on behalf of trade unions, non-governmental organizations. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Delegates, my name is Alex Callahan. I'm the National Director of Health, Safety and Environment at the Canadian Labour Congress, a member of the ITUC. Together we represent nearly 200 million workers from 160 countries. Our delegation came to Belém with hope because the labour movement saw COP30 as an opportunity for a positive message in a time of war, conflict, genocide, authoritarianism, corporate greed, and a climate catastrophe taking place before our eyes. And indeed, at COP30, trade unions, social movements, and grassroots organizations received a voice. It wasn't perfect, but the People's Summit and the March were a massive call for justice and an expression of solidarity. That this call for justice and a just transition has not translated into an ambitious agreement is a failure. And workers and a just transition of the workforce have been entirely left out of the Mutirao, which is a profound disappointment. The agreement to develop a Belém action mechanism is a win for workers and their trade unions because for the first time ever, workers and their unions, women and gender groups, communities will have a dedicated place at the UNFCCC to work on our issues and our rights. Trade unions have called for this for many years because protecting and promoting labor rights, organizing workers' participation, and genuine social dialogue to deliver decent work, quality jobs, pensions, health and safety, in concert with universal social protection systems are essential enablers for climate action. The next steps are critical to make the BAM live up to its promise for workers, because workers and our representatives must be part of the governance for the mechanism. If we are not at the table, make no mistake, we are on the menu. The International Labour Organization must be central to the mechanism so that we can implement the ILO guidelines for a just transition. The UNFCCC must also practice what it preaches. Protecting labour rights is broader than what's needed in a just transition. Labor rights must apply to every worker at the COP, from negotiators to the cleaning staff. The fire has shown this very clearly. All workers need their
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to the representative speaking on behalf of the Women and Gender constituency. You have the floor.
Obrigada, Presidente. My name is Ana Cardoso and I delivered this statement on behalf of the Women and Gender constituency. Feminists and LGBTQI+ people across this region and the world are standing firm against extractivism, militarization, and the financing of destruction that threatens both people and the planet. Outside these rooms, millions of people are watching multilateralism fall apart. Trust is disappearing as decisions fail to reflect people's needs or deliver climate finance that is required for adaptation, mitigation, and addressing losses and damages. Yet, the power of our people is alive in the process. The Belém Gender Action Plan that names multidimensional factors shaping climate injustice, recognizes women environmental defenders, and strengthens national-level coherence felt impossible. Feminist power delivered it in the halls of Belém. We also join our allies and siblings who fought for over 2 years to bring a compelling proposal to the table that today moves us closer to an ambitious and tangible just transition. We celebrate the mandate for the Belém Action Mechanism. It is a bold step needed to take climate cooperation to a level that delivers for the people. We remind you that we don't come here to fight for words. We fight for our lives and our bodies. When you remove references to human rights, when you fail to deliver on finance, you threaten the possibilities of justice from the solutions we have dreamed together. Women, LGBTQI+, and gender diverse people pay the price. Continued dependence on fossil fuels, rooted in colonial domination and patriarchy, sabotages the commitments made in Paris and Rio and pushes the world deeper into catastrophe. Justice requires real resources now and a rapid global phase-out of fossil fuels. Our power is not in these hollow decisions, but in the struggle they illuminate, and we will return to these halls to fight for our rights. Demarcação já, Amazônia livre de petróleo. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, and I loved one sentence that you said that I'm going to use, which is, outside of here, multilateralism is falling apart, which means that inside here, multilateralism is not falling apart. Thank you. I want to invite the representative of children and youth non-government organizations.
Hello everyone, my name is Jasmima Sabatina. I am speaking on behalf of Yango as a children and youth constituency. And the earlier comments on children are extremely harmful and go against the rights of children, degrading the children agency and ability to act honorably. So to continuous comments and relating to the children, youth throughout the session, how can the children and youth expected to act as agent to change addressing the climate crisis as recognize your period decision with such disempowering and condescending views? Being raised in multiple crises, we should all applaud children and youth around all of the world efforts, not encouraging one another like less than. It is our shared responsibility to create just, equitable, sustainable future without compromising our most vulnerable marginalized communities. 10 years of Paris Agreement, the world is still not cracked. The International Court of Justice said clearly countries are not meeting their legal duties. The COP is called the COP of truth. So let's be honest. Can we reach the Paris Agreement if we continue like this? We need a system which is Paris, fair, open, allows full participation to all party people in a good faith. It must not allow fossil fuel lobbyists or human rights abusers. Only then can process deliver to real climate justice. Throughout this COP, we can see the countries going backward, arguing over language already agreed before and ignoring gender, diversity, intersectability. These issues are really affected how people experience the climate crisis. We are deeply happy that civil society are the just transition mechanism progress on WIM, but we are seeing that language adaptation finance and refuse the call of commitment to the GGA indicators. Developing countries are financially responsible, instead deliver on them. Although this COP is called Nature COP, but the agricultural farmers are mostly ignored. No proper recognition, children and youth safe carbon budget.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to representatives speaking on behalf of business and industry non-governmental organizations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the global business community, we thank the COP30 presidency and the volunteers and people of Belém for their tremendous efforts in hosting this Amazon COP. We also commend the parties for their tireless work. Today sends a signal of united support of the Paris Agreement. Yet the outcomes still fall short of the global economy required. The private sector has not waited for permission to act. We have charged ahead with both the will and ability to deliver. But without clear direction from governments, our best efforts risk being constrained. Parties, we are at a turning point and we must do better across the core areas that matter most. First, adaptation is no longer a choice, it is an imperative. Yet, the outcome adopted does not provide a credible pathway that also unlocks private capital and innovation to deliver real resilience on the ground. Second, on mitigation, in Dubai you sent a clear signal. Here in Belém, however, we face greatest disappointment. The Global Accelerator, the Mission to 1.5, and voluntary roadmaps are welcome steps that can accelerate the global energy transition. But they risk remain intentions unless they lead to robust national plans and milestones and are anchored in clear, credible paths on finance and investment. Let us be clear, decisions adopted here will not deliver results without a step change on finance. We need more than roundtables and programs. We need a concrete action plan that integrates the core elements of the Baku to Belém roadmap and channels capital into real-world projects at scale. Finally, international cooperation must remain the cornerstone. In Belém, we saw severe divisions, but also recognition of the role of open, fair trade in shared prosperity. We hope for a genuine, inclusive dialogue to move to collaborative action marked by real solutions. It is time now to focus on what we must build together towards COP31 and beyond. Going forward, we must act with urgency, courage and pragmatism, grounding our choices in what truly works for
Thank you. I give the floor to representatives of environmental NGOs.
Thank you. Speaking on behalf of ENGO DCJ, I am from Mexico, where our peoples have suffered expansion of ecocide, imperialism, and organized crime. This cup of truth has shown once again that this is not enough, not inside these walls, and not within this extractive, decaying economic system. Despite fossil fuel lobbyists, global north blocking tactics, scapegoats, and false solutions, COP30 has delivered some necessary advances on the just transition mechanism. We reject any attempts to financialize our territories through schemes like TFFF and assert the urgent need for public, ground-based climate finance. This COP showed that the real direction of climate action comes from people-led, community-rooted solutions. We will continue to fight inside the convention, but it is the power of the peoples and movements that will deliver the transformation that is needed. Viva lo común y la lucha sigue.
Thank you very much, Chair. I speak on behalf of the Climate Action Network. Chair, we came to COP30 with the scars of a world where suffering and pain is all around us, with concern on the ability of this COP to respond to our demands of justice for people and communities suffering the climate crisis. On most of those demands, finance, adaptation, the energy transition, this COP has not delivered. But Chair, let me share our pride that in the land of Chico Mendes, in the continent of Berta Cáceres and Julia Chunil, a promise has been made that social and economic justice and climate action will no longer be separated. We made huge progress towards delivering the mechanism for just transition, our BAM. This is the result of a hard-fought struggle by workers, communities and civil society. Chair, we all deserve dignity and happiness. Solid climate action with just transition at the heart is the way to get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your statements. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, this brings us to the end of this session. Before we close, some of you may have the patience to listen to my words. They're giving me more than 2 minutes, but I would also take a moment to thank our interpreters for their wonderful work and continuous support. My first words are of gratitude. Gratitude to the people of Belém who welcomed us Yeah, they welcomed us in this unique city for the Cup of Truth, with their truth and embracing us at every moment. My gratitude obviously goes to President Lula, who, for his trust, his support throughout this process. I am sure there was never a president as committed as him to the success of a COP. To you personally, my dear Simon, and to the Secretariat for your professionalism, dedication, and friendship. It is a pleasure to work with you, and we still have 11 months together, and we're going to do lots of things together. Thank you. And obviously, Minister Marina Silva, that came back, I just see her, and you have just mentioned Chico Mendes. Do you think this is it's an incredible country. The companion, the person that worked and fought with Chico Mendes is the Minister of the Environment of Brazil. What a country. So I have to thank obviously the team of the Brazilian government, hundreds of employees, volunteers, and that kept this venue running and safe, and to all those that protected us when we needed. And I'm deeply grateful to the Brazilian team that has poured so much heart into everything they've done in the preparation of this COP, and I hope in the preparation of the 11 months that we have ahead, with talent and generosity. I cannot mention all their names, but there are some names that obviously I cannot avoid. First of all, Anatoni, the incredible. And in the last 2 years, because Anatoni is also I met through Minister Marina, and for 2 years, Anatoni, Lilian Chagas, and Tullio Andrade, we've been working together non-stop. And through their names, I thank the whole wonderful team that obviously I would not have been able to do much without them, and they are incredible. But anyway, I want also to thank obviously the ministries and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that symbolized here by Mauricio Lírio, that I thank you and all the team of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Well, now that I'm recovering, the representatives from civil society. Thank you for driving us in the right direction, and always ask for more. You need to ask for more. The world expects you to ask for more, and me too. So be always in my back and remind me that I'm not doing what I should do in the next 11 months, please. So, obviously, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the scientists that I met, so many amazing people during this year. Subnational governments, local and traditional communities, indigenous people, women, youth, all of you that have been so incredible. And obviously the private sector that is contributing and can contribute infinitely more, and this was also another source of excitement during this preparation. But you are, and all of you were inspiration for believing in our COP. You were really believing in this COP. And if we didn't deliver everything, I promise you that we delivered more than we imagined. We need a few days to read all these things, but I think that we have some amazing mandates. To the media, I thank so much the journalists that are surrounding me. My children are perplexed that you find me interesting. So. But really wonderful. And all the delegates that have been partners in this COP. I never thought, yesterday we were inside the room for 17 hours and nobody fought with anybody. It was incredible. It was a bit slow, but we delivered. My friends, at this moment that we celebrate the 10 years of the Paris Agreement and 33 years since I discovered this agenda working in the Rio Summit, in the organization of the Rio Summit, it's so good to see that multilateralism is alive and that it can really deliver to people. 2 weeks ago, we had the Belém Climate Summit that President Lula invited several world leaders, and it was fantastic because we were dealing with the climate issue outside of the rigid and very rules-based structure of the Convention and the Paris Accord. Then we have this, under this amazing structure that we built in all these years and that delivers so much. And that's what inspired us, is that when we started to prepare COP30, we saw how many things we could already do with what had already been approved. That's the inspiration for us to think that all these decisions that we have developed during all those years, they are alive and they allow us to do much more than just think of the next COP and what we're going to approve in the next COP. Let's use what we achieve in each COP, and we're going to do so much more than people think of. We promised a different COP, and I think it was definitely one like no other. It is not an event, it is a process. It took a year for us to go through the many structures that we created. First, we had the circles. We created the circle of former COP presidents presided by Laurent Fabius. Then we had the circle of peoples headed by Minister Guajajara. Then we had the circle of finance ministers headed by Minister Haddad. And we had the circle that has the beautiful name of the Global Ethical Stocktake, that even if it was co-presided by President Lula and Secretary General Guterres, the soul of the Global Ethical Stocktake has always been Minister Marina Silva. And we nominated 30 special envoys on sectors and regions. They did an amazing job. I cannot thank them enough. And they truly not only made this COP inclusive, but they went little by little solving all the doubts that their sectors had about the COP, how we could work with agriculture, how we could work with all the kinds of indigenous people, business, the business in the Amazon. I mean, it was incredible, and obviously many of the civil society, oceans, etc. So, and they taught us so much during this preparation. We have achieved, I think, meaningful results to our people here at COP. And I have to thank also Mukhtar Babayev, the president of COP29, with whom I developed during this year this roadmap, which proposes concrete pathways to achieve $1.3 trillion in climate finance by 2035. We decided that we're going to continue that work. This is another thing we're going to do, and we're going to keep alive and better and better the information we have about finance. We need to understand better finance in this process, in this regime, to be able to really get what we need. It was a COP of implementation, definitely, because we knew that we have so much that we could already do. And so I cannot say how much excited I was with the Global Climate Action Agenda and its vital role at this COP. It brought the most fantastic people to Belém. And I have to thank the climate high-level champion, Dan Yoshpi, and also Nigar Arpadarai, for having given life, working hand in hand together with Bruna, that is absolutely fabulous. We we brought back some voluntary initiatives that had been somehow forgotten. We gave more energy to some of the initiatives that were still alive, and we created many others that we have to make stronger and stronger in the months ahead. So we want to have a structured 5-year vision of the global climate action agenda for implementation. We have to recognize that the parties and the non-party stakeholders who welcome this vision, they did an amazing job, and I'm going to read so many interesting documents now that I hope I'll have a little more time. All this showing also mutirão in that dimension, and it is the word that, by the way, was an idea of Túlio to create the mutirão. He has so many ideas, we get exhausted. Yeah. But the mutirão succeeded to reflect what was the spirit of our COP, a real mobilization against climate change, and that organized and stimulated thousands of autonomous activities from local communities, children, youth, oceans, waste, health, information, cities. It is really extraordinary. And that's why I have to thank very much also Marcelo Oliveira, our amazing youth champion that was so it is difficult to evaluate an enormous conference like this the day it ends. Most of you don't know because everybody here is younger than me, but when the Earth Summit in 1992, the famous Rio UN Conference on Environment and Development, that gave birth to this convention, gave birth to the Biodiversity Convention and started the mandate for the desertification. We had the Agenda 21, we did so many things in Rio 92, and believe it or not, for many months the conference was considered disappointed. Can you imagine? Today, who believes that that was considered disappointed? So when President Lula invited me to be president of this COP, I embraced the challenge, knowing that, because I had experienced that. So it was at the same time lots of excitement and humility, because we know that we have to do our best and not necessarily be recognized, and certainly not be recognized the day that the COP ends. But just a few words about the fact that it was going to be an empty COP. We had 195 countries, more than 42,000 delegates and observers that came here, and the strongest ever participation of indigenous peoples. I know you wanted more, but it was the strongest ever, and I hope that the next COPs will continue to be the strongest ever after this one. The negotiations, we delivered, I think, a very interesting package, and we are going to pick and choose from time to time what was better, what was more interesting. But I have in my heart a very special part for what we achieved with adaptation, what we achieved with the Just Transition Mechanism and the Gender Action Plan. These are things that, as Brazilians, we believed so much, and we want to stress how much we wanted this. And then we're going to explain many things that were adopted. I think that the Mutirão decision, that was another miracle that was built by Túlio, is revealing itself. I started this morning receiving messages from friends of mine saying, well, that was really not what we wanted, and little by little they're sending me, oh, now we're reading it a little more, so it is much better, oh, it's almost good. You know, at some moments we're gonna, I think that this is going to be appropriately revelation. We already said this morning, you were here, that we are going to have this roadmap on fossil fuels. We're going to have a roadmap on deforestation. I think this is going to be really an extraordinary contribution of the Brazilian presidency. I want to thank you all for trusting me and trusting all our team, trusting Brazil to organize this event in the Amazon, trusting how we would manage the emergencies and even literally the emergencies and setbacks. But I want you to trust us even more in the 11 months ahead, in which I intend to continue to use the most important weapons that we used in our diplomacy, which is transparency, and I'm very proud that what was achieved in the way that it was achieved. So for all foreigners, I invite you to carry the spirit of Belém and the Mutirão home, keep it alive, and I hope that one day we will remember that this COP maybe changed us in a very significant way, and we will all be very proud of it. So thank you very much. I forgot the last sentence. By the way, it's 3 sentences. I now declare the 30th session of the COP closed. The 20th session of the CMP closed. And the 7th session of the CMA closed.